Hey folks, so today I am going to be completing a 70 to 80 speedrun on the War Within beta as a Windwalker monk, and this run is particularly notable because it is going to simulate the first character leveling process. So, when you are leveling in the War Within, you are going to need to complete a full run of the entire campaign through all of these zones, one time on your first character. And you'll see here that Isle of Dorn scales up to 73, Ringing Deep scales 73 to 75, and then, all the way at Ashkahet goes up to 80. This is how it works the first time. They all have their own individual level scaling, like a lot of zones worked in the past. Then after your first character, you unlock something called Adventure Mode, and all of the zones will scale to your level. And that is obviously a lot better, because then you're just getting more experience, you're able to do the zones in whatever order you want, do any side quests you want, and that is particularly notable, because one thing that I'm going to be doing in this run is skipping the vast majority of Isle of Dorn. I'm doing this for a particular reason. While Isle of Dorn is actually the fastest zone, it has a lot of the best side quests, on launch day, you're not really going to want to dilly-dally around in here because, obviously, this is the first zone. Everybody's going to be scattering around, doing all random side quests, and the longer that you stay in here, the more competition you're going to have, but more importantly, the more people will just be doing exactly what I'm going to recommend, beelining through the campaign, getting to the Ringing Deeps as quickly as possible, and just getting ahead. So if you stick around this zone too long, you're just going to fall behind. Tons of people will be competing with you when you get to the second zone, and you will just slowly start falling further and further behind. Obviously, for a lot of people, this isn't going to matter. I know always receive comments like, why don't you just level for fun? And it's like, for me, this is fun, I should note. But if you have more fun just playing the game at your own pace and just leveling with whatever the hell you feel like, awesome, go for it. Like, there is no shame in that. But this is obviously a speed run, and all of the stuff I cover is speed leveling, so I'm going to cover the strategies that will help you level up the fastest. That is the entire point of this video, just to make it perfectly clear. So, in this run, in addition to doing it on a fresh character that doesn't have Adventure Mode unlocked, I also obviously don't have any of this achievement, so in the War Within, every time you get a level 80 character, you get a 5% permanent experience bonus for all of your future characters. This caps out at 25%, so 5 characters up to 80. I do not have that on this account. I leveled this character on one of my alt accounts specifically to get this test, and it's also not a very geared character. I literally leveled this earlier today and then spent like 3 hours gearing it up on live servers, and then we're shipping it as is. So I have a bunch of bullion items. I did actually get lucky and get this from Raid Finder, so it saved me a bullion purchase. But I have All Totem of the Master as a passive trinket, and I'm going to be rotating between Grief Torch, Beacon, and Enduring Dreadplate for my active trinkets. And then just a bunch of stuff here. I have speed boots. How to get minor speed in these boots is something I cover in my prep video. I obviously have 4-piece because that's very easy to do. It takes like 5 seconds with the creation catalyst. And a lot of the rest of my gear is from the pre-patch event. I've crafted like 1 or 2 pieces because you can get a ton of Whelpling crests super early on, and that makes it super easy to afford that stuff. But overall, this character has very little effort put into the gearing process, so it should hopefully reflect what most people will be like when they're leveling their character as like a new or returning player who has only barely done the pre-patch event. I should note I am also using consumables, and I do recommend that you grab these because it's not that much gold and it will help you out. You can even use this after you've hit max level to do dungeons and stuff like that. It can't hurt. So before I start the run, I'm going to fully consume up because this is where we're going to start. And just in case you're unfamiliar with how the War Within questing process works, there are 2 campaign quest lines that you can do right now during the pre-patch. The Harbinger, and then, I don't know what the second part is called, but it starts with a quest literally called the War Within. And you teleport to Silithus, you talk to Magni over here, etc. And then after you've done all of that, the campaign just abruptly ends on live servers, and then it's going to pick up over here with Moira Thorasand when the expansion actually goes live. So this is what every single person is going to be starting off with, so obviously this is where I am going to be starting the run. And I'm not going to start the timer until we're ready to pick up that quest, so first I'm just going to make sure I'm fully buffed up. I'm using speed files here, yet another thing that's covered in my prep video. The link to that should be in the description below in case you somehow haven't seen it yet. Gonna get fried bonus fish for the speed buff. Howling Rune, because we like haste. And there we go. That's all my buffs. I have potions, I have gun shoes, gliders, etc. All of that. And I should be good to start. One moment, just gotta move my timer around. And there we go. You talk to Khadgar. His quest. I'm gonna have to disable my JoJo add-on at some point. Yeah, one of the unfortunate things about doing this on a fresh beta account is there's a lot of stuff that you're not going to notice is wrong until you actually get it. Like, my extra quest button is in the wrong spot. A lot of your settings get reset when you copy over to the beta, and I fixed 90% of them, but there's inevitably going to be something that I overlook, and we'll have to fix that. The other thing is, for whatever reason, I normally like to have the little JoJo sound pack. I think that's fun to have on my monk, but for whatever reason, it really bugs out on the beta, and I can't alter the settings for it, so I'm going to try and just disable that when I get a moment. But would have been nice if I noticed that a minute ago, but alas, make do with what we have. All right, talk to Elise. We're just going to fly around. Now, one very important thing to note about this particular set of quests, on launch day, the 3 out of 4 wards that you need to strengthen, that progress is shared amongst your entire group. So you can do all of these quests about 20 to 30 seconds faster than everybody else if you're in a group of 4. Ideally, what I'm going to be doing is I have 4 friends who are going to help me out, and they're going to strengthen the wards while I just get ahead and do all the other stuff, because they're not speed levelers, they're just playing for fun, and I said, hey, you can optimize it. I fucking passed by this guy. Oops. I was like, hey, you can optimize it if you do the quests in a group, and I need it for speed leveling, and they were like, yeah, sure, we can help you out. So that is what I'm going to be doing. Fucking ran past Illyria. I should note that these quests, I'm probably going to do like multiple practice runs just this section before the expansion actually starts, because this actually wasn't available until very recently. So I've done a ton of test runs on the beta. I've gotten to a point where I'm like pretty happy with my leveling time, but specifically the Dalaran intro stuff, my muscle memory on it is not the best. It's a little bit off, purely because I've only gotten to do this once or twice. It's also very weird. I would hope that Blizzard fixes it. I don't expect them to, but the spawn rate of Nerubians is really, really, really bad. Since this is literally 6 in the morning, it's not going to appear that bad. There aren't really many people doing this, but during the launch test, it was really, really difficult to get tags on all of these mobs. Like here, there's an Nerubian Venom Spitter sitting right in front of the path. This is perfect. Like, that actually is really ideal. We had super good RNG. But I should note that you could have actually do this even faster, because I had to take a slight detour. Just do this real quick. I had to take a slight detour by the bank to make sure I killed all those Nerubians, because I didn't want to run out of them, because then I would have had to wait on respawns. Theoretically, there are a bunch that are supposed to spawn really close to where you enter this little scenario, and all of them were dead, because some other player had just killed it. And on launch day, if you are ever so slightly behind and you miss all those Nerubians, it can set you back entire minutes. So that's really problematic. Optimizing this intro scenario, as always, is going to be a really efficient thing. It's a lot like the Maw back in Shadowlands, where the first person to get through here and not get bottlenecked is just going to be cruising through the Isle of Dorn, which is yet another reason why that Empowering the Wards quest, getting through that 20 to 30 seconds earlier is massive. Because back when Shadowlands was current content, and we were optimizing the Maw, we were optimizing for like 5 to 10 second time saves in the Maw just to barely pull ahead so that you didn't get stuck on like a handful of really annoying quests. 20 to 30 seconds within the very first few quests in the campaign is actually such a ridiculous amount of time to potentially save. I'm going to quickly turn off Jojo here, because normally, even if I were to turn in Anduin's quest immediately, there's like a little bit of a delay where you have to wait for him to do some roleplay either way. So I maybe lost like 3 seconds. It's not as bad as it actually looks. Time this. Over here. And then this cutscene isn't skippable. Yeah, it's still not skippable. That I assume is intended.
High in the sky and nowhere to flee. Gather all you can find. Bring them below. Xalatath has plans for them.
Fun, fun, fun. Gotta love unskippable roleplay. It's always a highlight of any game. Alright. And then we're gonna tag him. Touch of Death. Shouldn't have looted. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm fucking this up. Okay, there we go. Took barely longer than 6 minutes. That's honestly pretty good overall. Like, 5 to 6 minutes is a good time for this. In a group, you could potentially, if you're perfect, get, like, almost exactly 5 minutes and save a ton of time. And that is just so advantageous. Because it's kind of a snowball effect, as most things at the start of an expansion are. If you save 20 to 30 seconds in those initial 3 quests, then you're getting to that Nerubian section faster. And as I just said, the Nerubian spawns are super annoying. And if you fall behind, you could be really struggling to get tags. So, being able to guarantee that you have access to all of the most efficient Nerubian spawns will actually then save you, like, I don't even know how much time. It could be upwards of an entire minute, depending on how swarm that initial starting zone is. So, you could be literally minutes ahead of people exiting the Dalaran intro. It's just kind of crazy. Yeah, you can't mount in this area. Fuck, right. In some versions of the beta, it let you mount there. I just realized something that I forgot, doesn't really matter, is I normally have a macro to cancel all of my active movement stuff. Grab this quest. And then rescue Bran. Do this. So, one thing that I'm going to be doing on my main character is, this is something I discussed in my prep video. There's an item called Tuft of Yakfur that you can get, and thanks to the mop remix changes, you can get an insane amount of them. So, a lot of the regular movement that I'm doing right now through this starting area, if I had all my Tuft of Yakfur, I could just chain it over and over and over, and just non-stop use Tuft of Yakfur. The only thing is, for parts of it, you won't be able to use it if it's in combat. So that's maybe one thing that slows it down a little bit, but there's still a ton of time that I could have saved had I had the Tuft of Yakfur. But that requires a lot of prep work, and the entire point of this run, as I said, is it's meant to be like, you know, a new player type of run. Also, I think, yeah, you get him down to like 80% and the quest automatically ends. Oh, you know, another thing that I forgot to do, it resets my key bindings for dragon riding. Okay, we're fine. Overall, this is actually one of the faster intros I've done, especially ungrouped without like the Dalaran cheese. So I'm pretty happy with this. And this isn't even on like a geared character, so this is going well so far. What the hell just hit me? What happened to my health? I've never seen that happen before. I've done this a million times. I've never seen that. It's just, I got chugged for 80% of my HP by something. I genuinely have no idea what just caused that. Thank God that didn't kill me. That would have been really troll. I'm so confused as to what just caused that. I genuinely have never encountered that before. I'm wondering if maybe there's like... Because there's all those Nerubians that fly around in the sky, and they're supposed to be cosmetic, I'm pretty sure. Like, they just kind of... They're meant to give the impression of like, oh, there's all these Nerubians flying around you. You don't actually attack them. But I think Blizzard may have actually given them, like, the attackable status. So I suspect what happened is somehow they directly overlapped with the, like, forced roleplay patrol route of that kind of rail shooter, effectively, for lack of a better word. And then they auto-attacked me all at once the moment I passed through them. That's the only logical explanation I can think of. But that is wild. Profession trainer. We're gonna... Man, I did not get a good flick there. Oh my god, I'm fucking... I am insing right now. Come on. I'm gonna talk to the innkeeper, and normally I'm gonna set my Hearthstone there, but I'm gonna try something out. There's like... So this run is definitely meant to be... It's meant to be 99% like a perfectly optimized final run. But there are like one or two things that I never got around to testing myself that I'm going to try out, because if it fails, it's like a 10-second time loss, but if it works, it could be like an entire minute time save. So I figure we'll take this opportunity to give it a shot. Okay, there we go. Right, yeah, we can mount up here. Just gonna coast down for a little bit, because I try to do it there. That would not work out. Fucked it up again. Right, no. Okay. A little bit. Fuck, of course. I did a flap right as I was phasing out of Dornegal, and it munched my speed. I want to head over here and just check. I'm 99% sure. Yeah, I can get the wanted quest right now. So that's where I should have gone immediately. It's fine, though. Then I'm going to talk to, I believe it is her. Yep, Broken Stoneheart. This one... Morning Rise, I'm gonna grab just because I'll do this later on. We're just gonna go over here and Touch of Death it. And one of the reasons why I do this quest, even though I said I normally skip basically every single thing in Isle of Doran, is that this is just really easy to complete. You can grab this, you know, if I hadn't taken the detour, I could have gone there and then over here. And that way, you're getting these two mobs down on your way to the southern area, so it just ends up saving a bit of time. Yeah, like, look at that. I just press my cooldowns, and everything just gets erased. Unfortunately, I am, like, really fucked when it comes to Vigor right now. Okay, we're good. Adelgun. And then we got the Delve. And then... This is what I'm going to test. Setting my Hearthstone there is something that I haven't tried yet. But I think it will be worth it. This Delve is also potentially a major bottleneck. It's really hard to say whether or not that's going to be the case. Oh, fuck yeah, I have to click on the Explorer's League supplies. But during the launch test that Blizzard did a little while before, this Delve bugged out, and basically, once 50 players had entered this, it wasn't opening any new instances. So a gigantic crowd of people was just stuck here because Delves weren't loading properly. And I really, really hope that that is just a beta-exclusive bug, and it's just for whatever reason, during the launch test, Blizzard didn't think that it was important to make sure they had enough Delve instances opened up. Which, I mean, again, I really, really, really hope it is just a test, a launch thing. Because it does seem weird to me that if you're literally setting aside time on the beta to, like, schedule a launch test, wouldn't testing how well the servers can handle delves be like one of your top concerns? Wouldn't you want to make sure that it has enough server space going for it? So what I am very concerned about is that delves are just very buggy and that might happen on launch. And there could be a situation where you get to delves and there's too many people and then you're just screwed. So getting here is going to be pretty important just on the off chance that that turns out to be a bottleneck. Here, I'm going to put down Guild Battle Standard. I probably should have used one in the room before. Guild Battle Standards are very odd because, like, technically they don't save you a ton of experience across an entire run, but it's just free XP. So you really need to make sure that you get into the, like, muscle memory of using it constantly. And I need to do that. I haven't done that enough. I've gotten used to running with it. So I'm trying to do that in this run, just so that on launch I don't forget. Okay, that should be all of them. Then you have to wait on them anyway. There's a rare mob that spawns in the corner over there. I don't think it's worth going for, just because continuing to get through Isle of Dorn as quickly as possible is just critical. So it's super important that you just make sure that you're optimizing these initial quests. There is forced roleplay here, though. The guys are going to go on, like, their train ride, and I have until they reach the center here. And then they're going to be attacked. Now I can run up ahead. So this section is a little bit interesting because the minecart will still move at, like, a consistent pace, but if it reaches you, it will stop if you haven't killed the mob, so you effectively just kind of run ahead and murder everything. Because then you get that. Yeah, probably don't need to get that. The weird thing about the treasure is sometimes it's like a really overpowered ability that just lets you kind of one-tap the final boss. And then other times it is just completely worthless and it's a waste of time to grab it. You can Touch of Death the final boss immediately as a Windwalker monk. Can you see why Windwalker might be a little bit broken for leveling? Then I have to wait. Bran, I think Bran might be stuck. Oh, look, here he comes. There we go. It takes him a little while to get there. And then I could sit around here and loot all this stuff, but I'm just going to hop out. Do this. And speak to Bran Bronzebeard outside the delve. Let me just double check something. Yeah. No, that's a different quest that I'm thinking of. Normally in... Yeah. In future runs, one thing that I'm going to do is there's a bunch of side quests in this area that it doesn't fully overlap the campaign, so that's the only reason that I'm not including it here, and it's not like the elites where you can just Touch of Death it and you're good to go. So I'm not including it here. However, I think that that Hearthstone location is worth it because those side quests take you deep into the mines. And then if you go all the way down there, you can finish the quest at the bottom of the mine and then Hearth straight out and do the turn-in over here, so it's worth it. That should be all the Hungarian chunks that I need. And then how am I? I'm a little bit low in glittering ore. I'm going to grab the singular ones just so I don't need to kill. Actually, you know what? The rare mob is over here. Rares, I should note, give pretty poor experience relative to Dragonflight. You can see that gave me barely anything at all. It's not that good. I would not recommend going out of your way to get it. But, I mean, if it's literally right there, then sure. And this, I guess, is where... Nah, yeah, it's... Without the side quest, the Hearthstone isn't worth it. It's fine. So that's kind of where I said it was technically a 10-second time loss to go set that Hearthstone. I wasn't sure exactly whether I would be able to make use of it. I couldn't remember. But yeah, that's something that I'll have to do on like alt leveling runs. I do think it will be worth there. So I wanted to at least test it just so I could get familiar with that, but we won't actually use it here.
I need Findorn and Tregor brought to the pool.
Shit. Forgot about that. I'm going to do this, and then there's going to be...
Now for Ebona.
Yeah, there's a little bit of roleplay. And then I'm going to fly over here.
There's a cache of resources nearby.
And pick up the jar.
Right over it.
And... pottery delivered. Yeah.
Conversation initiated.
That one I think is worth doing just because there's a lot of roleplay that goes on.
Faster than going on foot.
Yeah, it's that. Ah, that's the one. So these are the quests that I'm talking about that are in the mines. So I guess I would want to do that then at the very start, before I started the delve, because it's super fast, but it's also still worth doing the intro quest for that. While the roleplay is going on in the pool. Yeah. Doesn't matter for the campaign run. And then while we're here, we're going to swing by... Right, the NPCs don't fucking load in during this quest. Okay, I'll have to turn that in later. That's not a big deal, though. Also, I should note that distance that I just flew. That is an ideal Falling Flame scenario. Falling Flame is not really that impactful, and as you can see, I only just reached it at about 21 minutes into the run. So if the first really good opportunity for Falling Flame is that late into the run, it's not really worth it for anybody who isn't, like, giga speed leveling like I am. And is trying to really, really, really optimize their process. Just do that. And then I'm stuck in combat, so I can't switch. Okay, I can switch, so I'm going to switch to my trinket. It's going to automatically update. Check up on Illyria, you just need to fly over to her. Tag. Do that. Oh, shit. Okay, there we go. And I think when I turn these in, it'll phase me, so I drop combat. Okay, return to Dornegal. And this is one of the main reasons why Falling Flame is really good there. Because you can consume a lot of vigor to speed yourself up. Like, I'm still able to fly perfectly fine with being low on vigor. It doesn't completely murder me. We're going to set my hearth to Dornegal. That's where I would say it's just better to set it there. On launch. That way you don't need to make a second trip, because if you recall, we stopped by that innkeeper early on into the run during one of the intro quests. So if you just set it while you're over by him, then it just ends up being efficient.
Glad you're back, Adolgar. The council is needed here in Dornegal more than ever.
Alright, this is going to be a little bit awkward. I don't think I have Dragon Riding Vigor left. And that's, again, why Falling Flame would be good there. Because then I wouldn't be completely starved in vigor. I would have been able to save all the vigor that I used to fly halfway across Isle of Dorn. And then I could have then instead had that vigor ready to go right there. I probably could have conserved it a little bit better, mind you. That's another thing when that conversation always comes up. I've had a few people in my Discord who are like, well, technically speaking, if you're perfect with vigor usage, you never run into a situation where, you know, you need it. But there are going to be times when you make a slight error. I mean, you hit a tree branch, you just don't get the flick correct, and you need to use a second vigor to get your speed going. And having, like, a lot of extra vigor that you get to save just by using Falling Flame, which I should note, is just faster normally. It's not just the vigor conservation. That could be very helpful. Alright, now the follower dungeon. I'm gonna pick tank just so that the NPC doesn't tank for me, and then I'm gonna spec swap at the start. On launch, I'm not gonna do this. I'm just gonna YOLO DPS because, frankly, I don't really care whether the NPCs are helping me or not. But on this character, I just want to make sure that it's... Because I don't have, like, insane gear. I should be able to do this. Alright. This follower dungeon is very annoying. I should note that so far it's actually gone pretty well because there's a lot of bugs that people have reported happening in that very first section where a lot of stuff just breaks. There's one person who told me that in basically every 1 out of 10 attempts that they try this, they just die immediately upon entering the dungeon. Like, no discernible reason. They walk in and it kills off their character, which is a bit of a problem because there's actually a lot of people who have banked up Darkmoon Fair buff on their character from when Darkmoon Fair was available a few weeks ago, and that will give them an additional bit of experience for the entire first hour. And if the thing bugs out and just kills them, that wipes their Darkmoon Fair buff, and they lose that potential advantage. Which obviously, no, that's a risk you're taking, sure, but that could feel really bad. So, oh my god, my reticule fucked up there. And the reality of follower dungeons in this game is they are just... They're really bad. I don't mind Blizzard adding follower dungeons as a feature, because I do think the idea of it is good. Of having NPC dungeons that people can do without stress, etc. But I do find it very questionable that while follower dungeons are still in a state where they are just objectively not good content, Blizzard is forcing you into one during the campaign, effectively highlighting just how bad it is. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was maybe a little bit too aggressive. Yeah, and it kicks you all the way back to the start. Yeah, that's that type of pull. I didn't play that well. I should have started kiting earlier and used Ring of Peace. I can live it very easily on my much more geared monk, so I was just kind of a little bit greedy. But yeah, the followers don't really help you out. They pull like 1 pack at a time. Their AI is terrible. They do literally no damage. The healer doesn't really heal you unless you're directly beneath it. It's frustrating. So Blizzard basically forcing people into it just showcases how terrible the AI is, and I think... Yeah, I don't really know why they want to make it abundantly clear just how bad it is. Like, look at the healer is all the way over at the start of this hallway, just sitting there. It doesn't follow you. It just kind of does its own thing, and you just need to hope that the AI works correctly. There's a fucking spider on my wall. Minor time lost to kill a spider is worth it. I fucking hate spiders. Okay. Also, they don't... See, this is one of the main reasons why I don't like to put it as a tank, but it doesn't even matter, because you can see that it's still... For whatever reason, despite doing literally no damage, the NPCs will rip thread off you, and they will just stand back here and cause mobs to run halfway across the dungeon over to where they are planted completely stationary. They also don't run to keep up with you. There's just so much about this that it's just bad. And... I hate to give the example, but I'm sorry, Blizzard, when, you know, you clearly are trying to base your ideas off of another game, it opens you up to comparison. The way that Final Fantasy XIV does their NPC dungeons is just so much better. The NPCs may not do a ton of damage, they're not going to be as good as players, but the NPCs are way more responsive to what the player is actually doing. And if you're running like really far ahead, the NPCs will follow you. They're not just going to lag super far behind. Like, they will naturally speed up to keep up with you. They're not going to pull extra stuff. If you're the tank, they're not just going to rip threat off you and then sit stationary off in a corner. It's just... a lot of the follower dungeon stuff is frustrating. Thankfully, you only need to do a single one of them throughout the leveling process. Item is not ready yet. Oh my god, I see what's happening here. Why is it doing this, dude? I don't know why my trinket swaps are working like this, but that is really annoying. I'm gonna fix this now because that's actually just going to completely fuck me over. Basically, I have a trinket swap macro, so I click on the trinket on my bars, it swaps it, and then my macro automatically updates to whatever trinket is equipped in that slot. And every time I tested this, it was equipping in the 13th slot, this one here. So I had /use 13. And now, for whatever reason, on beta, it's equipping the trinkets over my Altone of the Master. I have no idea why it's working differently now. It's really annoying, but... that up. What's the breakdown there? I think for a quick channel like that, that was fine. I should note that overall, the damage of Power of the Thunder King is not that significant, and most Windwalkers will not run it for endgame. The primary reason that I'm taking Power of the Thunder King is because Whirling Dragon Punch while leveling isn't really that impactful, and Power of the Thunder King's ability to pull in additional mobs with Jade Lightning is just way too good to pass up. So I'm mostly running it for the utility bonus, but obviously sometimes the damage will ramp up and I get to press that, and that's pretty good. That was honestly a pretty terrible... I'm gonna rebuff real quick. That was a pretty terrible follower dungeon time. I mean, I died, so obviously that was not the best. It happens though. Alright. I have to skip conversation.
On your signal, I'll lure the Nerubians to the meadery.
And I should note that this questline right over there, to Morning Rise, and then there's a bunch of kobold stuff around here, that is worth doing if you're leveling like alts or something. And I suppose if you're already really far behind other players and you just don't really care about getting ahead, you could justify doing those side quests. Though there's a reason why I'm not doing it right now, and you'll see.
Are you sure this will work, Baelgrim? It will. It has to.
Then let's get started.
Alright, let's jump up the ladder. I'm gonna swap to my Grief Torch now just because, oh my god, you're actually fucking kidding me. This game is just trolling me right now. It's gotta be trolling me. It's just I've never seen this happen before. I've literally never in my life seen this happen. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do here. My macros are just, I switch it to /use 14, and then it starts using it exactly like it should. What is happening? Why are we like this game? The main reason I'm doing this now is because if this happens on launch, yeah, what the actual fuck is happening here? Why are we doing that? Hello? And what... Okay. I get that I'm losing time, and I know that this is probably pretty frustrating to watch. So it's a beacon thing. It is specifically an issue with beacon. Every other trinket is equipping in the correct spot. Beacon, for whatever reason, refuses to... I'm just not going to use beacon, then. I'm actually just going to drop beacon. That's really unfortunate. It must be a bug specifically with beacon, where it always equips in the wrong slot. But it's completely screwing my trinket swapping here. And let me just... do it while it's on CD. Yeah, I fucking lost. I lost a minute to that, which sucks, but of course, again, while this is like a practice run, and I want you guys to be able to use it as an example, this is also, for me, another test run for launch. So if I'm now encountering unknown behavior that I've never seen happen before, I want to make sure that it doesn't fucking happen again, and I can figure out how to fix it, because I don't want this to happen on launch. So I'm willing to lose a minute in my test run to make sure that on launch this doesn't occur. Because that is just unbelievably fucked, and I'm really annoyed about that. Okay, so let me just double check again. I press this, and oh my god. What is happening?
The Nerubians will soon start swarming from the north.
There must be some very weird code with trinket swapping that I've just never somehow encountered before. And right now, I've just encountered the perfect storm of getting this to just literally not behave. I think what I might need to do is, in theory, I could make override macros on... I'm not going to bother with it for this run, because I don't want to just sit here for minutes fiddling with it. I think I'm going to make specific macros where I have a macro to manually equip the trinket in the desired slot, because it seems like otherwise it just does whatever the hell it feels like, which is really annoying. Yeah. So it would be something like... Let me see if this works the way that I think it should. I don't know if this is a viable macro, but... Okay, I take this out, put this here. Does this work? No. Yeah, I guess slash equip is not a viable... It defaults to the empty slot. I mean, did I have to save it? No. I try brackets. I hate to do this in the middle of the run. I'm sorry, but no. I'll just look into this later. That really pisses me off. That really, really, really pisses me off. That the game is just doing unintended bullshit right now. And, I guess I'm not going to get any trinket swap practice, and this is where you Hearthstone. I'm just going to roll with Grief Torch, Grief Torch and Alto the rest of the run. Unfortunate, but yeah. And I should also note, because every time this happens in the middle of the run, another thing that I'm thinking about right now is there's going to be a bunch of people who leave comments telling me how to fix it, and there's going to be like 5 different comments explaining the exact same solution, and I will just let you know that by the time that you're watching this, I will have probably figured it out, I will have looked it up, and gotten the thing solved. So, if you want to post it just so other people potentially finding the issue have a fix, then that could be cool, but I'll just give you a heads up. You know, obviously you're watching this well into the past. That's just a real bummer, though. That is a real bummer. Um...
Speaker Bryn.
This is unacceptable.
I don't know why I've just never encountered that issue.
Then we will.
Expressing relief.
Under control. The station is in ruins.
Okay, this stuff. So, it's really unfortunate that it effectively just derailed the last 5 minutes of the run. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit tilted by that. Just because that's one more thing that I'm going to have to try and figure out before I actually sit down and do my speed run. Or, well, launch day run, I mean. I'm gonna try to detilt as best I can. It can be... It's very much a challenge when you're in, like, a high-stress run like this. Because, you know, it is a practice run, right? And obviously, if this happened in, like, a generic practice run that I wasn't recording, I wouldn't really care. But, you know, I did a shit ton of different practice runs. I'm like, okay, I think we're finally at a point where I can feel comfortable recording it, and I can demonstrate, you know, the route that I've put together. You know, this will be great. And then it's just... Yeah, there's always lag here, and then it snaps you. It's always just very demoralizing and just hard to shake that frustrating feeling when it just feels like everything's out of your control.
Please proceed. Is that Bryn?
Because the quest giver turned into a friendly NPC, so my
Speaker Bryn, you've returned. Unlike the missing shipment,
Tiger's Lust locked onto her.
and its foreman.
Hey, I'm not allowed to pick up that quest right now? That is so strange. I've never encountered that issue before.
Praise the machine. It's Bryn. Are you here to deal with the kobold raids?
Do you need to do this quest once to get those to appear? Yeah, that is... So I guess when you're doing this on adventure mode, those quests are available automatically. And for whatever reason, when you do this for the campaign, you can't pick it up while unlocked. That's a very strange limitation. I am going to grab this quest. So, I said that you want to get out of the Ringing Deeps you want to get out of Isle of Dorn as quickly as you possibly can, because that's where everybody's going to be doing the campaign stuff, and getting a head start is really important. Once you reach the Ringing Deeps, I think that it is okay to do a handful of efficient side quests. Because at this point, if you blasted through the campaign really quickly, I mean, you could get it done even faster. In the grand scheme of things, I actually don't think my time for Isle of Dorn was that bad, considering that I had to fiddle around with my macro for like a solid 2 minutes. Fuck that. I did not mean to flap there. I was trying to do a little hop over the edge. I'm actually just going to gun shoes here, so I can save a little bit of vigor, and it's a very short distance. But I think, like, around 30 minutes from the start of the run to the end of Isle of Dorn is considered, like, good. I've seen other people getting times like that. Hello? Hello? Okay. My keybinds are not working. Just a brief torch there. I have...
Another interruption.
Okay, that is an NPC that munches, This Tiger's Lust.
Not soldiers.
King is crazy. Forcing kobolds into...
Considering theory, if we depose the Candle King, perhaps we face a common foe.
I'm trying, I need a moment to just stop talking in details, so I'm not just complaining the rest of the run, because it's just been a bit of a onslaught of frustrating events, and I just want to make sure I'm not letting that get to me. It happens. Literally nothing will ever go perfectly in a run 99% of the time. Overall, this is still good, yeah. the thing that I started saying earlier before I got frustrated is... what am I in combat with? Why am I stuck in combat? There we go. You can justify doing, like, a handful of side quests by this point in Ringing Deeps. You don't want to be doing entire side quest chains. Ringing Deeps is also, I would say, maybe the worst zone for side quests, period. It's really not that good. The, like, overall hubs, there's one or two that are okay, but they're honestly not that amazing, especially compared to some of the later zones, so it's just hard to justify it, especially because we're still fairly early on, but two quests like that, which, as you saw, normally I would be picking them up alongside the other stuff. I still think it's a very minimal downtime, even for campaign. And you just kill, like, 2 mobs, loot another item. As you'll see later, one of those, the quest Discarded and Broken, has some follow-ups that are pretty helpful. And I feel that at least doing those is worth it. You know what? This is actually... I need to get into the habit of doing this. This is a good guild banner location, because I'm going to be moving around this, like, central area a lot. So it's just a very good opportunity to get bonus kill XP. Just fucking... I don't know why that mob refused to die. Alright. I need to get a handful of additional mining rigs. I think this should be good, and I'll just round these guys up. I also just realized I've been so distracted by all the other stuff that I completely forgot to spend my hero talents, which I should definitely do that because they're actually really good for Windwalker. It's not going to matter a lot right now because obviously with the buttons that I have, I'm already able to just crush things. Conduit of the Celestials. We're just going to go down, straight down the middle. And I fucking hit a post. That's fun. So, am I still in range of my banner? I am. But that mob, for whatever reason, does not want to... Okay, I barely got out of range of my banner. Yeah, I was hoping that I would be able to get this with the banner. Being able to move around this cave is definitely one of the more frustrating parts because it's indoors, so you can't use any gun shoes, gliders, etc. So this is one of those situations where I discussed that speed sets is really good. A lot of Ringing Deeps quest lines have you go inside like little tiny caves that are annoying to move around. I actually almost donked my head on that railway. Glad I missed it. Okay. Let's do this. And there we go. Are you kidding me? I've never done that before. Okay. That's a new way to fuck up. Never overshot it. I actually never even knew that the gate was not a solid object and you could just fly straight through. Okay, well... Good thing I'm figuring that out now, instead of fucking it up before launch. And then you have to kill a mob that gets summoned. Yeah, that was actually just in touch of death range. I should have totted that. Doesn't really matter, because there's going to be a handful of quests of flying around. And... There we go. That was pretty clean overall. I fucked that up a few times and just got in a bad angle. This seems good. This side quest hub is a little bit frustrating. And I would say around this point on, the campaign is... Overall, the campaign is definitely not, like, an efficient way to level. So, I'm obviously doing this video because every single person is going to need to do it for their first character. Whether it's efficient or not, you're forced into it. That's just how that works. So, you need to do the campaign once. However, a lot of these quests, like, this is fine. It's not the worst one ever. But there's going to be a lot of, like, kind of RP... heavy sections soon. And you're probably just going to nope out and do side quests instead of doing most of these when you level alts. It's kind of like how in Dragonflight we did the Azure Span campaign, but we skipped the vast majority of Waking Shores campaign when leveling alts because it just wasn't efficient at all. The one of the things that annoys me about these quests is the definition of an oppressing kobold is really weird. There's, like, only a few... Oh, fuck, I got dazed. There's only a few kobolds that count. And it's, like... It's really fucking difficult to identify them just at a glance. Like, what is an oppressing kobold? Yeah, like, those aren't oppressing kobolds. None of the ones here are. And you, like, this isn't an oppressing kobold, I think? Yeah, that's an oppressing kobold. But, like, what the fuck is the difference? It's because there's these two guys. Or oppressed kobold, freed. But it is so difficult to just see at a glance where, like, the captive kobolds are. It doesn't really show on the map. This is, like, actually one of the worst quests in the entire campaign. It's just such a pain. I think somebody actually killed a bunch of mobs, because there were supposed to be a bunch of groups earlier that just weren't up. And you can see here there's 2 oppressed kobolds, but in order to free the oppressed kobolds, I need oppressing kobolds to kill. And they're not there. They're just despawned. So I think somebody killed them, and now, effectively, the quest is kind of bricked until more respawn. So, yeah, here we go. This stuff wasn't there earlier. What the fuck? I pressed Celestial Conduit and it just instantly canceled. I don't think I double tapped it. I don't think I fucked that up. I think it just something hit me and broke my Celestial Conduit. That's new. Haven't run into that before. This one's really annoying. This is definitely... Oh my god, I only dropped 1 scrap. Both of these quests, frankly, are very annoying. The drop rate on the scrap, the oppressed kobolds, this is definitely a bottleneck and a half, because if you get here and somebody's taken out all the oppressed kobolds, 20 people in this subzone on launch day is going to be a fucking nightmare.
And Reed swapped his beard polish for cinder, contemplating mayhem, mixing the cinder.
It's unfortunate because I should note that obviously this is all feedback that, you know, has been given to Blizzard. Yeah, somebody just passed through here. There's somebody questing just ahead of me. Because there's supposed to be, like, a shit ton of mobs in this area, and all of the ones around the pots are completely cleared out. So somebody just killed everything. I'm glad I wasn't going crazy, because I'm like, where are all the oppressed kobolds? But you can see, that is a singular person going through before me, and that's enough to deny any spawns in the zone for almost a full minute or two. Imagine launch day. Unfortunately, in addition to, you know, I think Blizzard is just too busy with other stuff to really be concerned with problems like this. Nice human racial actually helping out a little bit there. In addition to that, the beta was not testable for almost like an entire 2 months. The campaign was broken. So feedback like this just couldn't be given to Blizzard. Which is one of the reasons why I just don't understand why they allowed the campaign to remain in a completely dysfunctional state for so long. Because people like me wanted to test it and wanted to help them out. but I just wasn't able to. And one thing here is, obviously you're supposed to sneak around the kobolds, right? But a lot of people have suggested just mass pulling this area and killing it all, and like killing all these mobs, running into the next room, killing all the mobs there, and just doing it over and over again as a XP grind spot. Because it's honestly not terrible. I don't really know if it's worth doing, but it's possible. If I was on my geared monk, I think it might be worth it, because then, you know, look at this room. Look at how many mobs there are here. So I can understand why some people think this might be a good way to farm XP. I do think that on my geared monk, I probably will... Actually, you know what? Let's test this. Fuck it. You know? I'm saying that it's good. We can guild banner here. So, we'll guild banner. And then I'll conduit of the Celestials. Just big pulsing AoE damage. It looks like getting auto-attacked will end your Conduit of the Celestials early. I think that's what just happened there. If so, that's crap, because I don't recall that ever happening in my previous tests, but okay. Apparently that just happened. Yeah, see, those mobs give okay XP. I don't necessarily know if that's super worth it. Somebody said they did the math, and it's like 20k XP every time you run it, which is okay. I think it's definitely worth just going through doing that big pull instead of sneaking around. But did I not loot it? Thought I looted the mob. I don't necessarily know if it's going to be worth it to run that instance on repeat, especially on launch day. That's definitely not going to be worth it, because imagine having to constantly leave and re-enter instances every, like, 30 seconds, which is what some people... Oh, yeah, this is Hearthstone. I knew I forgot something. Hearthstone on my bars. That I should be doing. Also, while the Hearthstone cooldown is a little bit fucked on beta, so it may seem like, oh, hey, if you were human, would you actually be able to get the double Hearth to Dornagal and Gundergaz there? Yeah, home is where the candle is. I don't want that. Let me just get rid of that so it doesn't fuck with my head when I'm looking around and trying to figure out where to do turn-ins. I get that. Turn in that quest. And, right, let me just do the Grievances Heard quest. That way...
I see, Speaker Bryn.
The number of working machinists. Are we prepared?
As long as she knows her place and does her job, we'll allow her to. All the more reason to restore our
I'll speak with
Earth and above us have fought that battle.
And then, yeah, you have to go all the way down there. So I think it should work out. One of the main reasons why Gundergaz is so good, and it's going to be a little bit janky because I have 30-minute Hearthstone, because... Obviously, your Hearthstone cooldown gets cut in half when you're in a guild. 15-minute reduction, which is really, really, really nice. I'm not in a guild on the beta, so that scuffs it for me. Also, I need to dismount my Dragon Riding mount because I got the bug. That causes you to just peter out randomly and completely lose all of your speed. And that's just going to screw me. It's literally better to dismount and remount than deal with that. But after I do the Magni quest down here, it's going to send me back to Gundergaz again. So you set your hearth there. And with the... I actually think there is a chance that if you are really, really fast on launch day and you are not human, you might not be able to get that Hearthstone. It's tough to say for sure. And obviously, I think most people won't be so fast that they will get it done within 15 minutes. But I do think for really fast players, you may actually lose out on a little bit of value, which is one of the reasons why my main on live servers is human for leveling. Because I should note, my main account is still wrongly banned. So for anybody who hasn't been following that whole saga, I got a false ban on my main account for 6 months, likely because I got mass reported in Remix, because Blizzard's like, oh, it's for unauthorized cheat programs like botting, which I know I've never done, so obviously I know that that's bullshit. But of course, Blizzard customer support doesn't actually review the tickets. They just give you endless bot responses and tell you that the evidence has been upheld, blah, 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 blah. So I've been completely unable to get my situation solved. And obviously I had like a really geared monk on my main account, and I had to re-level a completely new one for War Within, and along with a bunch of other alts, because, you know, I don't want to be completely screwed for launch. And since I already had to level a brand new monk, I created my new monk as a human, because the human racial, it's actually kind of funny how I see people dunking on this so much and saying it's like the worst thing ever. And the 2 charges of Hearthstone and Hearthstone CER is actually insanely good for leveling. It is so powerful. So I get that people are upset about losing diplomacy. You know, it's a fun racial. Well, I wouldn't say it's fun. It's a strong racial. It's iconic, and obviously it makes humans the best race in the game for rep farming, which kind of made them mandatory for certain rep grinds. At least if you wanted to do it in a reasonable time frame. However, there we go, I can pick that up. Fortunately, I'm stuck in place. I think I have to reload. A lot of times you bug out and you're unable to move. Oh, is this a relog angle? Did it brick that hard? Do I have cinematic canceller still? No, I've disabled that. Yeah, this is just a relog angle. Character's stuck. Cinematic canceller, because sometimes if you skip cutscenes too fast, it completely breaks. But that time, even the auto skip from Leatrix Plus was enough to completely brick the character. And most of the time, if you slash reload, it fixes it. This is the first time ever I've actually seen, I literally can't just reload and fix it. My character's stuck in place. Hopefully relogging works. Releases tomorrow, by the way. I'm not gonna rant about it extensively, but I will just say, you know, full disclosure in case it is not blatantly obvious, this game's not ready for release, not even remotely. This is probably going to be the most scuffed release since Shadowlands. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. All signs point to this being an absolute shit show. There is so much that is just completely broken. Somehow they've managed to get the campaign, like, working within the last week or 2 of the beta, but the campaign, like, this entire thing, that quest that I just finished, like, a minute ago, was completely broken for almost the entirety of the last month. And you just couldn't do testing. And then, before that quest broke, there was a completely different quest in Hollowfall that was broken, and made it impossible to progress. It has been really bad. Now, at the very least, like I said, they've gotten this functional, apparently. I've done 1 or 2 campaign runs. I haven't encountered any major issues. In fact, that's actually probably the biggest issue I've run into with the campaign so far. Of just my character getting completely stuck.
As your foreman, I have met with the High Speaker in secret. The outcome what I expected. I have been.
I'm also not going to even bother equipping new gear until, like, the end of Hollowfall. Because right now, the gear is going to be, like, only a few item levels higher, but it's not going to have enchants, so overall, it's going to average out. And it's just going to take me too much time to optimize my gear for literally, like, non-existent gain. So when I get to Hollowfall, I'll maybe start considering replacing, like, non-tier select pieces, but for now, it's not worth the time. But yeah, what was I saying? The overall quality of this expansion in terms of, like, polish and stuff is just abysmal. there is so much that is just very clearly they ran out of time, and they're just shipping it as is, which is really unfortunate, but I mean, there's nothing we can do. That's why I obviously spent an extensive amount of time in the beta talking about this and pointing it out, and like months ago, I was saying this expansion desperately needs to be delayed because it's just not ready, and we're barreling towards a really fucked release. It's obviously frustrating, but there's almost like no point complaining about it now because at the time of recording, it releases tomorrow. So I could sit here and talk about how frustrated frustrated I am, but it's not going to accomplish anything. It's just,
Your artifact will repair the awakening machine.
It will perfect.
I wonder if there's anything that I can include at this section to save a little bit of time.
Will be at an
Problem is, there's not... I mean, I suppose I could kill mobs, right?
awaken.
Like, it's free XP. It's just, there's basically nothing special you can do. Oh, that mob is evade bugged. Oh, that's really unfortunate. I hope that doesn't fucking get me stuck in combat. But yeah, this is like an extensive roleplay segment. And it's obviously not near anything else, so there's not a whole lot you can do. You can't really do profession crafting here, which I think I mentioned that earlier. I'm not including any profession leveling, which you can include. And on launch, I am going to be doing profession leveling whenever possible. There we go. Yep, my Hearthstone's back. But you wouldn't be able to do that right now. That just wouldn't work. Hearth back to Gundergaz. Pick that one up by accident.
Enough talking. The High Speaker will answer for his.
And you'll notice that I could turn in that quest right now, but I'm just not going to bother for a very specific reason. There is natural downtime in the campaign after this segment, and you're able to complete the final quest in that chain during the roleplay. So a lot of times there are things that you can do to save time like that. Shit. I knew I forgot something. I forgot to get my mount equipment that prevents me from being dismounted. That's actually going to make this a little bit awkward. Because one of the main ways that you complete this segment is there's a bunch of friendly NPCs around here, and you can actually interact with them. Why is that? Where are my Stormearth and Fire clones going? What the hell? Stormearth and Fire is such a cool and absolutely buggy broken ability. It is amazing that it has not been fixed yet. There's just so much wrong with it. I love it, but oh my god.
Speaker detected. The High Speaker warned us about you.
How much do these things give? That does dismount you. 6%, honestly not bad. But compared to that, yeah, so it's 4% for the NPCs. 6% for the big machine. I think if I end up standing directly next to one of those big machines, then that's worth. But look at how fast that is for percent. And I can do that while mounted. So I can just walk in here, do that. Then land, and then fly before that guy hits me. Land, hope I don't get dismounted. Then slight detour. This is one of the few treasures that I feel is worth grabbing, because it's literally right along the route, and this I actually will equip. So this is... What? It said I must reach level 70 to use that item. But it requires level 74. Okay, so I'll be able to equip it very soon. I'm going to put that in a separate bag, just so I know to equip it. And then there's roleplay here. So I think what I probably should do, just to make this a little bit faster, is start the roleplay here, like kill the other two guys, and then while this is going on, I can do this, and then get the last percent by just killing a bunch of mobs. Obviously, I've already gotten percent. I'm just trying to find little things. Because I've done this a bunch of times, right? But every single time you kind of have a new thought of, hey, what if I did this? Would that save a little bit of time? And given how long that roleplay is, I think that's worth it.
Have you heard anything I need to know? May your hammer strike true. The three hammers stand as one.
You dare challenge the will
Here, I'll wait. Just constantly kill extra mobs, might as well. Because Moira's not, Can I kill these guys too? Do they give XP? Yeah, even though they're like combat NPCs. Yeah, you can see there, Moira only just became interactable. Alright, I guess I'm stuck in combat. Maybe that's not such a good idea unless I can kill all of them, because then I can end up in that crappy position. Oh my god, am I stuck in combat with all of them? Okay. Nice. Good thing I tested this so I didn't try this on launch day and end up just completely fucked, but... yeah, that's, maybe not even worth, like, a few mob kill XP things if they just infinitely respawn and the new ones get you stuck. I can... yeah, I was gonna say, I should be able to tot it. I don't know why that took so long. Alright, worst quest in the entire campaign. I mean, actually, it's tough to say. There's a lot of really annoying quests in this campaign. But this one has always been janky. It's hard to notice, but there's these really weird invisible walls that just block your shots. The hitboxes on these are super janky. There's like a super tiny missile hitbox there. I'm actually doing pretty good overall. This is one of the better runouts I've had. Ooh. Okay, that actually, I think that might be the single best completion of that quest I've ever had. I actually just kind of hit every shot. But so many times when I do that quest, there's just really, really, really janky hitboxes, and I miss like 5 shots in a row, and it's just frustrating. I kind of just fucking aced that. That was pretty good.
I can hardly believe it. High Speaker Aiden refuses. High Speaker will.
Time for that later, Dad.
One thing in here, it's not a lot, but these NPCs give kill XP, and you can't really speed up Dagran's, like, door opening thing there. Oh, yeah, I got stunned. What? Oh my god, I don't know what keeps canceling my Celestial Conduit. It just keeps randomly ending early. Did I get that? Nice! I hit the double bomb. It's just barely wide enough to do that. There's no yellow robots in this room. I guess I'll refresh. Food buff? No, it's not going to be long enough. Yeah, but then, you know, see here, he has to run all the way down, do it again, so you just get free mob kill XP. And then I'll try to remember, I need to put a banner in this next room, because there's going to be a shit ton of mobs. I need to put it in a centralized location, though. So we're going to put a banner here. We're going to interact with this. Oh, you're kidding me. There we go. Start the roleplay. This is, like, one of the jankiest quests. So it says protect Dagran while he solves the combination. The way that this actually works is you just kill things. It's, as you kill more mobs, more stuff will spawn to attack Dagran, and his progress is actually tied to mob kills. The problem is, you're supposed to wait for them to, like, slowly make their way over to him and fight him. I think I outranged my fucking guild banner, man. I should have dropped it in a slightly more central location. It's annoying. There you go, see? Even though that's supposed to be like a defend the NPC while he does something, you just have to run to the spawn locations and insta-kill them. I can also replace my ring now. I can spend another talent point. We get the capstone, which is pretty nice. And then here, the golem puts up a barrier. It might be possible to kill it. That's the lowest I've actually ever gotten it before it got its shield up. But it's immune to damage right now, so I can't actually defeat it. So I'm just going to wait. If it is possible to, like, one-tap this before the barrier goes up, that could be, like, a big time save. But as it stands, you got to do that. Yeah, while I was waiting for the barrier, I already killed all the yellow robots, so can't do that.
I'll be damned if I let Bryn's people be turned into monsters.
Yeah, we just one-tap it along the way.
It is time to step down, High Speaker. Everyone knows what you've done.
Okay. Start the roleplay. It's going to TP me back to Gundergaz. Any second now. And then this is what I was talking about earlier. So I'm going to talk to Moira.
The High Speaker has ruled for as long as any of us can remember.
Talk to Waxmonger Squick. And then, just so I can confirm, I'm pretty sure, if I go back to Moira, yeah, you can't actually turn in the quest. There's some forced roleplay there. So during that roleplay, you talk to this guy, you pick up his next quest. And then... it takes him a little bit to spawn this stuff, but the roleplay is going at the same time. So I'm just going to refresh my food buff while I wait. And I could click this, but it all piles up, so he's going to get more charcoal spawning in a second. And that way, I don't actually lose any time. And then last 3 bits of charcoal. Moira should be active by now, but obviously this is just easy experience. You can hear they're like clapping because there's roleplay going on. Yeah, I think she just became active, so I only missed out on like 5 seconds there basically, and I was able to complete that quest at the same time. So that is one of the main reasons I do that side quest chain, even though you have to go a little bit out of your way. It's worth it, I feel. Because it works out really nicely for that segment. And even the initial quests aren't that bad. Now, this is one of the coolest ones. So, there's a really flashy way to do the side quest that I'm about to do. I'm going to do it on a way that's still pretty cool, but isn't necessarily the best way to do it. Just because the flashy way requires a toy. So you're going to need to wait until the launch to see me do it the super cool way. But this is pretty cool even still. So you have to get this keg of beer, and then there's like this little stealth minigame shit where you have to escort the keg of beer like around a bunch of areas with armed guards. And if I just run up here, transcend, I can bypass all of the armed guards, run around that patrol, and the quest is complete. There is an item that you can get called Element-Infused Rocket Helm that launches you really high up into the air, and for whatever reason, that one doesn't kick you out, or doesn't drop the keg. A lot of stuff will drop the keg, so you might be thinking, well, why don't you just fly? If you hop onto a mount, it drops the keg, which is the reason why that quest can be really annoying. Because you can't mount, so you have to slowly on foot walk around, and it's hard to really get an idea from it just by seeing me do it there. But the intended pathway to get the keg up to the quest giver is a really, really, really long and annoying route that you have to take. It's like a super windy path up multiple staircases. You're not meant to just... Yeah, I have no idea what's causing that. It's so annoying. Just randomly canceling Celestial Conduit. I remember hearing on the Monk Discord that your flying or spinning crane kick gets canceled sometimes if you pick up a chi orb. You see that little health orb under the mob? If you're spinning crane kicking and you pick that up, it cancels your channel. I think that might be canceling Celestial Conduit as well. I don't remember reading that there, but I feel like I just walked under the mob I had just killed and it canceled. And that seems like it was because I picked up the orb. So I think it might just be that picking up a health orb cancels any active channel, which I should note is like such a stupid bug. And it's really annoying that that hasn't been fixed, but is what it is, I guess. And then, of course, we do those 2 side quests, as you can see. I mean, that's pretty fast, and you're already here for the keg quest. And then we go into Hollowfall right here. So those are some really good ones. Attack to Anduin.
The radiant song? Is it coming from that crystal?
I'm not going to... Okay, so I'm not going to do these side quests just yet. But we're going to do that. And then it's going to take a second for the quest giver to activate. While she activates, I'm going to run and grab these quests. And there's going to be a bunch of side quests that I pick up later on when I get to the city of Merildar that will overlap with this. And I'll include that.
We owe our service to those
You don't need to ride the cart. The cart is slow.
I have a relief cart prepped for the war.
And
We're here.
We must confront the dark.
Great Chiron.
yeah, I was gonna say, I think there's another quest where I have to actually kill Nerubians. Alright. This quest is a little bit awkward to do sometimes, because when you close a burrow, it summons a Nerubian. So, ideally, you don't want to be fighting one Nerubian at a time. That's, like, super inefficient. So, I should have saved Tiger's Lust. I didn't realize that cast was actually going to complete. I barely missed the railing. So, ideally, what you want to do is just run around. Somebody just went through here. Because the entire spot is, there's supposed to be 1 million mobs in this area, and it's completely empty. I'm gonna save Tiger's Lust in case I get rooted again. Yeah, there's web wrap going off. I just Tiger's Lust that. Okay. So this should be fine. Is that evading? Me only getting 1 out of 5 is, like, actually so troll. Just gonna... Yeah, you can see now all the mobs are respawning. So normally you're gonna get some big AoE pulls. Somebody definitely just passed through here before I entered the area. So normally I'd be able to do, like, 5 mobs at a time, do, like, a big pull like this, and we'd be chilling. Just Todd that. How much does this give? Wow, 5 out of 5. Okay, that actually was pretty good luck, I think. Normally it takes more than that. Yeah, that's the dude. There's the guy. We found the culprit. Sabotaging my mob pulls.
A lamplighter brings hope.
Gonna be a lot worse on launch, though, so gotta get used to it. And overall, like, that is not a bottleneck quest. As you can saw, the respawns were pretty reasonable. But it was just unfortunate timing that he just passed through there. So, obviously, I did fairly minimal side quests throughout Ringing Deeps. Barely any side quests in Isle of Dorn. And the side quests that I did in Isle of Dorn, you may notice I actually haven't turned in. And you might be thinking, isn't that bad, right? Why aren't you turning in any of the side quests if they're gonna, like, outscale you? Like, effectively, by the time that I theoretically would go turn in that Isle of Dorn side quest, it'll be a level 70 quest and I'm already 74. Am I gonna get bad experience from that? So, I don't think I fully explained this earlier. This will, of course, be covered in my guide, so I am assuming that the vast majority of people are going to be watching this in the future, and you will have watched my guide, and then in my guide I will be like, hey, go check out the speedrun where I basically put this route into practice, and then you'll already have all that information, and you'll just be watching this as like an example, or like smaller details or something like that. But if you are watching this early on and you missed that context, or if you somehow stumbled across this and you didn't watch my guide first, when you complete the campaign in the War Within, you automatically unlock adventure mode and everything starts scaling. So in previous expansions, you needed to both hit the campaign, or complete the campaign and hit level 80 at the exact same time, roughly. I mean, you didn't need to, but the campaign wouldn't unlock until both of those things were complete. So the best questing routes for your first character involved accomplishing them at the same time. How do you end up completing the campaign like right as you're about to hit 80? That way you're not wasting any efficiency. And the changes in the War Within make it so now you can just automatically unlock adventure mode, automatically get that scaling just by blitzing the campaign. You still don't want to fully blitz the campaign because you will fall behind on levels a little bit. And that's not super great. You can notice like all the mobs I'm hitting now are 75, and that's not a big deal, but it is a bit of a problem if you end up going into Azj-Kahet a little bit under-leveled, and everything that you're fighting is like much higher level than you are. That can be a little bit of a problem. So we want to make sure that doesn't happen. Keg of black powder. Let's grab this stuff. So, basically, we want to get out of those first two zones as quickly as possible. We're getting out of Isle of Dorn despite the fact that it has efficient side quests, because we just don't want to fight with other people on launch. And we're getting out of Ringing Deeps because Ringing Deeps just isn't very efficient. If Ringing Deeps had better side quests, you might include it a little bit more, but everything there is just fairly mediocre, so it's just not worth including. And Hollowfall actually has a lot of really good side quests. So this is like safely far enough into the campaign where you're going to have people like, you know, I'm at an hour 27, and frankly, this is going to be slower than my launch day run, because again, this is a character without a lot of the super duper speed tools that, you know, I've been using for launch day stuff. I literally put this character together in like 5 hours on live. So I'm going to be going even faster on launch. But even if you're just doing basic campaign stuff following my route, and you get here in like a little over an hour, there's going to be people futzing around in Isle of Dorn. Either they will just have gotten massively bottlenecked and they'll be falling behind by that point, or they decided to stick around and do Isle of Dorn side quests, and then while they're doing Isle of Dorn side quests, you're all the way in Hollowfall. So there is going to be very little competition by the time you get here, which means you can kind of afford to do a good amount of side quests without losing time. And there's good side quests. Works out really well.
I heard stories of Iran as king. I mean, I was curious. Am I needed? What can I do?
Hello?
I hear a radiant song.
There's a chill in the air.
I think we got the bug again. I'm gonna reload, see if it fixes it this time. Nope. That's really bad. 2 quests where that happens.
It's dangerous to travel alone.
Launches in less than, well, it's a little over 24 hours. Launches in like 30 hours. Man, that's not good, Blizzard. That's not good. Having to log out and log back in on launch is going to be really bad. But you literally can't move. I might have to turn off my auto cutscene skip with Leatrix Plus and just end the cutscene manually just to avoid that from happening. In fact, let's try that. Automation, it's under System, Faster Movie Skip. So let's just turn off Faster Movie Skip and just do it normally. Just to avoid that happening, because that... I mean, it's not really the end of the world. It's like, what, a 25-second time loss, give or take, which sucks, but on launch it'll be a lot worse, so I want to just make sure that I test that, see if that fixes it.
When night falls, we will travel by air. Monsters arise in the dark.
Yeah, this
Incoming.
thing. What the heck? That first shot, I had it aimed directly at the mobs. Yeah, this quest is super annoying. I literally was aiming directly at them, and then it just lobbed it off, like, way to the right of where I was aiming. I don't know what the heck happened with that.
Some find their faith shaken. They turn to the whispers in the darkness. Look out! Those fiends. A behemoth! Quickly, take it down. Thank goodness.
There we go.
That was a small one. Those monsters can take out a warship. We must hold to our faith in the sacred flame. Ourselves. And
Checking,
we are to succeed.
guild Discord messages that I've missed. There are apparently a lot of messages. I didn't expect people to be talking this early at fucking... I guess it's 8 in the morning now. It's not super early like when I started the run. So we're going to pick up this quest, and that's it, right? Lights out. Yeah, that's the one that I want. And then...
The flame burns for all of us.
I'll set my Hearthstone there. That's one that I... This is like kind of a human Hearthstone only angle. What I'm going to do there, I don't honestly think is worth your time if you don't have Human Hearth, because there's a better Hearthstone later on, and I don't think yours will be up if you do both of them back to back, but as human I can get the extra one. So we'll test that. It doesn't really matter. It's like a if it works out, if my theory is correct and that Hearthstone will actually be beneficial, it'll be like a 15-second time save at best, and it's just like a very marginal, like, hey, this is something that you can do. Oh, very important here. You need to kill the Kobus Shade Shaper, because it drops an item that starts a quest. Gasping Plea. So if you look around, there's little humans over there that are... Basically, they have a fishing line attached to them. I'm generally, like, not a huge fan of Blizzard's writing. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really think that The War Within or World Steel Saga is a return to form. I think, by and large... it's still the same kind of bland, tropey story that I just don't find to be very interesting. With that being said... Oh, yep, see, that's exactly what happened. I spinning crane kicked and it got canceled early because I ran over an orb. With that being said, the general vibe of Hollowfall, and the Kobus especially, I really dig that. I think whoever came up with, like, the idea of the Kobus, and, like, the overall aesthetic for this zone... absolutely knocked it out of the park. I mean, it's just so fucking cool. The entire idea of, like, the Kobus also basically putting human captives on fishing lines and dangling them out there as, like, bait to lure people in. Like, this Arathi captive, it lures it in and then it jumps out. It's like a fucking anglerfish, but instead of, like, the little bulb of light above its head, it uses a fucking human captive. That's, like, so fucking sick. And that's kind of, like, the really cool dark fantasy stuff that you kind of want to see more of from WoW. Like, that is such a really fucked up, but, like, cool, creative, fantasy, like, monster concept. And I feel like, by comparison, 99% of the other stuff ends up just being fucking Care Bear levels of evil villain writing. But evil sea monsters who use human captives as bait is so fucking sick. I've got to give them props on that. It's really fucking cool. Alright, I gotta do a big pull here. This is a side quest, I should note, but this is one of the first sets of side quests that's really worth doing, because you get the fish side quest, Gasping Plea, which is really, really, really good, really worth doing. And on top of that, there's a bonus objective here that gives us 30,000 experience, which is a lot. Like, for reference, one normal quest is roughly, like, 11, 12k XP. So this bonus objective to open all the cages is about, like, 3 quests worth of XP. And it's, Like, if this was just a regular quest, it wouldn't be worth doing, because it is kind of lengthy. Like, you have to go around and click all of these cages. But I would say it's maybe about the length of, like, 2 or, like, 1.5 quests, in terms of how long it takes to go around and interact with everything. And yet, giving, like, 3 quests worth of XP is really good. So, definitely makes it worth. Alright. Yeah, there we go. And then I need to interact with the altar over here. Then one more altar. I think if I rop that, I won't get in combat. That'll be quite nice. And then... Okay, before I do this next quest, because this next quest is fucking tough. Let's see if I got any minor gear upgrades. Leather, no, that breaks my tier bonus. Yeah, at this, I'm still not getting upgrades that are good enough to be worth running. We just have to fucking send it. That was perfect. That was so fucking perfect. Oh my god, that was so good. Okay. I've never had 3 of them overlap perfectly like that. That was so fucking clean. Yeah, it's hard to tell, but these mobs really fucking hurt. The way that you're intended to do this quest is you're supposed to keep using that stealth thing, because you can see I ambushed that, like, named elite mob, and it fell over super quickly. That is the intended way to complete this. Okay, 1 left, touch of death. Nice. They hit really fucking hard. That is, it's misleading, because Windwalker, during its burst window, like, I'm in war mode right now. I think I mentioned that, maybe I didn't. Either way, I am in war mode, so gotta get away from this fish. And Windwalker has a ridiculously powerful war mode talent called Turbo Fists. You fully parry all attacks while channeling Fists of Fury. It is super, super strong. And, there's another player over there, level 77. Let's hope he doesn't want to fuck around. Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me edit mode. Drag that down there. And being able to just, the moment they do like a cut thing that applies a stacking bleed. And I had 1 stack of the bleed, and I was already getting fucking demolished by that singular bleed stack. If all of them had gone on me, I would have fallen over, but I got to parry all of those attacks. So I just had ridiculously good survivability. Windwalker is amazing for pulls like that. I tried to do that on my Arcane Mage run, and I just flopped. Because the other thing is, you can't kite them long enough. Their slows break really quickly. It's one of those quests, and I love quests like that, where you are intended to use, like, a special item. Fuck, how did that not hit both? You're intended to use that special item to break it, and it's definitely tuned to be, like, really fucking hard to bypass that and do it the way that I do it, where you just fucking pull everything and just slam your dick down and kill 5 elites in 1 pull. That's fun. And I think it's that perfect tuning of, it's not actually face roll easy. You very much can die doing that quest on a squishy character. So it's tough to say whether that is worth it if you can't just do a mass pull, because killing them all 1 by 1 using the little lore thing is actually really slow. That quest is definitely good if you can do the mass pull, but otherwise it's eh. So maybe skip that one if you're not confident in your ability to do it, or just go ahead and do it the intended way and fucking pick them off 1 by 1 with the, like, Metal Gear Solid shit.
What are you?
Up to you. But I'd say, you know, just to see if you can do it, try it. Fuck. I overshot that a little bit.
Beware the shadows.
That's fine, though, because I actually need to kill these guys now. So, it works out. Okay, this one's a little bit weird in that the quest actually recommends that you stay rather close by. Like, the recommended area is pretty close. Unfortunately, one of the best areas to kill these guys is the place that I just cleared out. It's part of that other quest. I should be using guild banners here, also. I need to use guild banners. Yeah, let's do this. This is a really good spot. Got a bunch of bleeds on me. I'm gonna pull that with Karma. Okay, we got a bunch of spears. Yeah, this quest, it's not slow just because you can do stuff like this, and you can do Giga Pulls and make it worth. Is my guild banner still active? No, I don't think so. I always forget which icon is the banner. But the drop rate on spears is pretty low, so normally you're going to have to do a big pull like that, get credit for killing the Kobus, and then grab a few on the ground, like so. This is one of those quest lines that I would argue is kind of... It's good, don't get me wrong, but it's like... It is not an insanely overpowered quest line. It's kind of a little bit barely off the beaten path. It's close to where the campaign is, but it's not, like, directly on top of it. So, yeah. And there are some mildly annoying quests like that that make it kind of yucky. It's better for druids, though, because there's, like, those spears you can just pick up in flight form, and it's just super easy. There's also another quest immediately after this that we'll see, where you have to run around and click on a bunch of lanterns. And, yep, Hookjaw's right there. Okay, this is good RNG. And then we're gonna go talk to the kid. This part's always a little bit annoying. Because the mobs... You have to kill 4 mobs, which isn't a lot, but they are very spread out. So... It's just not super quick. And... They do have a guaranteed drop chance, though. Where's the last sludgy boy? Hello? Oh my god, where are these mobs? They have really long patrol ranges, so sometimes, yeah. I mean, honestly, not the worst thing ever, as far as how long that could have taken. That one went really far. And the main reason why I recommend doing quests like this is because it's either you do this, or you end up going into Azj-Kahet way lower level than you should be, and then that starts to be a bit of a problem. So, I am aiming to be in Azj-Kahet at, like, around 77. Because if I'm 77, then by the end of Azj-Kahet, I should be 78, and then I will never be fighting orange mobs. And then I'm aiming to complete the campaign at around level 78, and that way I'm going to unlock Adventure Mode, and I'm going to get the last 2 levels in Isle of Dorn. Because there's a lot of those really good side quest hubs in Isle of Dorn that we want to do, but we don't want to do them early. Because if we do them early, that's kind of yucky. Who do I talk to? There we go. Alright, let me spend talent points. Yeah, want that. And then I'm going to take Flight of the Red Crane. Then I'm going to take, that. Actually, I should take Temple Training next. Yeah, I should actually take it right now. Then I'm going to take those 2. Then I'm going to take Yulon and that one. Yeah. I should note that, by the way, I'm intentionally not really covering my build a lot. So, there is going to be a detailed video that I'm going to put out pretty much right after I finish this run. And I'm going to just go over all of my talent choices, why I picked what I did, the order in which I picked my hero talents, all of that important stuff. And then we turn in the fish quest, and then we Hearthstone here. This is why I set my hearth earlier. Because I could fly out and go all the way back there, but I set my hearth there. And that just saves me a little bit of travel time. It saves me all the vigor that it would take to get back. So this is notably closer. Am I good there? It's still going to cost me a little bit of vigor, but it's going to be less overall. And it's right there. When you add in the Hearthstone travel time, I honestly don't think it saves very much time at all. It's mostly just for the vigor, so I can now more freely do, I like to call them dragon riding bunny hops around the questing hub.
So long as the light is with us, destroy those monsters!
Let's, before I forget, refresh my file. Go. Yeah, okay, there's the mage from earlier. So he ended up catching up again because I stopped to do all those side quests. That's always the concern with doing side quests, right? People can catch up to you. We should be fine, though, and then this is the last group of people I need to help. I'm stuck in combat with something. I can hit a fence. Oh my god. I am just slamming headfirst into all of the fence posts. Shit.
It's too far away.
I was gonna try to chi torpedo off the edge, and my chi torpedo was back up in like a second or two. Okay. Come on. Come on! Why am I stuck in combat? This area is super annoying as far as getting into combat with random mobs, because a lot of the guys that are in combat with those Arathi guys will just randomly get in combat with you.
Stop and take a
Oh my
breath
god.
for once. I search each day for a winning strategy.
One of these, yeah. One of these guys will get that.
What happened? Those shadows came from the Dawn Tower. The tower.
Do I need to be dismounted?
Lamplighters rise. No!
Okay.
The sacred flame! What has Alric and his cult done?
None of this stuff is an upgrade yet.
But they claim allegiance to
And I should also hop on my mount and start clearing out my bags a little bit.
I am on the hunt.
The flame is corrupted. Can we restore it?
There's like a delay until you can click on this. You can see I'm hovering over it, it's not working. And then now it's working. You have to wait, I think, until Farron reaches her location.
Shadow! It's too...
Oh man, I'm out of coffee.
Anduin, help her. Call upon the light once more.
Stupid shit. Oh no. Oh no, I got mind controlled by the jailer. I have PTSD. I can't use the light now. I'm broken. Wow. I mean, it's just like the most one-dimensional character writing I've ever fucking seen. Yeah, anybody who thinks that somehow War Within is going to be a return to form, holy shit. It's the exact same writers. They do not know how to write interesting characters to save their fucking lives. The whole, like, I mean, honestly, dragging out, like, multiple old characters just to, like, reuse them for the purpose of this story and, like, do it in such an annoying way, like, Anduin now somehow has, like, PTSD from Shadowlands, but somehow that also prevents him from feeling like he can use his paladin powers. Just, again, I could sit here and rant about all the little story beats that just are so childishly written, but I would literally spend the entire rest of the stream ranting about that, and I can't be fucking bothered to deal with that right now.
We cannot hide from evil. Look out!
It's gonna drop down, and...
They hardly seem real.
A trick of the shadow.
Shadows consume you! You won't live to see...
You won't live to see red.
God. Tab targeting, please? Hello?
The
I'm just gonna fucking hit spinning crane kick here. I'm gonna break my Windwalker mastery just because they're so spread out that I'm not gonna be able to kill them efficiently otherwise. That worked out though. There are definitely rare case. Are you fucking? I was targeting Swen. I wasted my instant cast fucking Vivify on Swen. Ugh. Swen, you fucking bitch. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I also I keep forgetting. I should have used Guild Banner there. I did a big fucking multiple mob pull. Fine. We'll send a Guild Banner here because I'm not gonna need another one for a while. I need to get better at that. I'm just so not used to it. Because, like, 99% of speedruns, I don't use Guild Banner, right? It's literally just a thing for launch day speedrunning. So, every, like, 2 years when I do a launch day speedrun, it always just, I forget that I'm supposed to be chaining Guild Banners. It's a really hard habit to break. This is bugs. Am I lagging? Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Blizzard. Oopsie. Did we break another campaign quest? Oh, please tell me no. Oh my god. If this is another bricked campaign quest, then I actually can't complete this run. I'm going to be so fucking angry.
I should be able to cleanse the flame. Stand strong.
Thank god. Okay.
This won't take us today.
I was so fucking worried for a second there. That's still a really weird bug, but...
My faith kindles my hope.
More shadows. We're trapped in here.
No, we're not giving up. Let's go. We can do this if we stick together.
So another thing that I really hope is unintended, I guess we'll find out in 24 hours, but, you know, I have been putting out a forum post and updating it, like getting people to bump the forum post to raise awareness about the issue, non-stop for, like, the last few weeks. There are no random dungeons. There is no ability to queue for random War Within dungeons. Like, normal leveling dungeons. And... I've tested it. You know, obviously anybody who knows how dungeon leveling works will understand that that's really bad. But when you queue for a dungeon in World of Warcraft, the actual dungeon itself gives, like, dog shit XP. The mob kill XP is okay, but there are way more efficient mob kill XP farms out in the open world with faster respawns. So doing dungeons just for the mob kill XP is not worth it. The two main reasons, historically, to do dungeon leveling is, one, quests, because a lot of times, one-time quests can make it worth to do it a dungeon a single time. There are no dungeon quests in the War Within. There is, like, a few high-level dungeon quests that aren't accessible while leveling, because we can only get the Rookery, the Stone Vaults, Priory, and then I think, like, Arakara, or whatever, one of the Nerubian dungeons. And...
able to agonize over every thought and action.
What was I saying?
Having doubt, making mistakes.
Yeah, so those are the 4 dungeons you can do while leveling, but the only way to access them is with specific queue, which means you're not getting quests anyway. There are no quests. Even if you had a random dungeon. But the other main, and honestly, like, the biggest source of XP from dungeons is, historically, that random dungeon bonus. Also, I think I probably should have been eating earlier. I was too busy talking. Yeah, because then the cave's going to open up. And it's just, I'm not going to sit there just to refresh food buff right now.
Thank you, Illyria.
And we'll head over here. Talk to Farron.
Service to those in need. I will see you through the
Talk to her again, because it didn't work the first time.
We need
For some reason.
Eldar.
This is another good Falling Flame spot.
This order of night is known
It should be up, because remember, we used it at like 1 hour, 20 minutes.
as Zalatar.
So, Falling Flame is a 1 hour cooldown. So you need to kind of burn through all of your vigor here to make this flight. There is like a... If you want to take a roleplay fight here, you can do that. You can, like, slowly fly over and have the NPCs talk to you. But obviously it's faster to do it the normal way of just dragon riding. Fuck, I don't know where I was aiming there. But yeah, so problem is a lot of people really like dungeon leveling, and now it may just be that Blizzard has fucked up and forgotten to implement it.
The cats are trained as well as
However,
humans are. When one bonds to you, you have a friend for life.
we don't know. Basically, we don't have no idea if it's intended or not. And as I said, I submitted a post on the forums. A bunch of other people have bumped it and been like, hey, Blizzard, can we get information on whether or not dungeon leveling is going to exist in the War Within? Because, like, I mean, a lot of people, literally, that is their preferred way of leveling. Whether or not, you know, it's faster, whatever, usually it's not better than questing, if done properly. But it's always, like, a fine way to level. And not even having it as an option is just kind of fucked. So I've been trying to figure that out, and just radio silence from Blizzard. They just haven't answered. And as you can see, you know, it's still not working on the beta. So I really hope that that's just a temporary thing. But if it's not, then that's, like, kind of a problem. And I don't know what the fuck Blizzard's thinking.
Meet Oralia, our quartermaster. I'm also Oralia. Send a runner to Farron's new elf friend.
Write a letter of recommendation. Just click, 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 click.
For the Empire, I'm either going to regret meeting her or thank the flame.
And click this. And then I have to talk to all of the... You know, I should actually, yeah, I should do Alt Interact with Leatrix to speed this process up. And... I can't see their health bars through the text, but okay, there we go.
This land was not what we expected.
Then we got the Play with Orphans quest. We're going to take a short detour. We're going to head up this way.
Something else.
Over here.
Survive
Talk to you, Skip. Get the quest. We're not going to do the follow-up quest. But, I mean, that quest is literally free XP. Hold on, I forget. The one up here. Do I do that? I'm pretty sure I needed to grab that.
We are far from the Empire.
Yes, yes, yes. That actually is one of the ones that I needed to do. Okay. I have seen some people recommend doing the Last Mage. I think while the Last Mage isn't necessarily a terrible questline, it definitely falls into the category of it's a little bit too far off the beaten path, and it's not, like, so good that it is worth doing over other options. Okay, so playing with the orphans, we need to optimize our orphan RNG. So we talk to these orphans. I need to throw a rock, hit the target, and then the final optimal orphan is on the top floor. Okay, yeah, this is the group of optimal orphans. So that way we can do the entire thing with minimal downtime.
We are a light in the darkness. That's the living hell.
As always, optimizing your orphan RNG, very important part of any speedrun.
We cannot hide from evil.
Okay, we got that.
Children,
So we picked up another quest over there that I'm not going to do right now, but we're going to head over here.
strike our veneration grounds during Beladar's light. How? Look, General. Darkfire
Yeah, the quest
is Auric's doing.
didn't pop up until like a second or two after. Okay, we should be fine.
Hallowed lands.
And there's a big pull that you can do here. This is definitely guild banner angle. We're gonna parry all the cuts. The Kobas here work in the exact same way. They have, like, the bleeds that do shit tons of damage. Yeah, I got one bleed on me. It's fine, I'm gonna fucking... This one's grayed out, but I'm gonna kill it just so it doesn't get me stuck in combat. That is an upgrade. Abyssal Hunters. Yeah, take that. Okay. I want to make sure I'm killing this guy. I'm gonna Todd him. Just Todd that fucker.
Obis through their hunger, and the Arathi through their fear.
I got stuck in combat with these guys. Okay. There we go. Now I've killed all the generic Kobus I need. Now I just need to kill the named ones. So... Nice. 2 Chi-Ji procs back to back. We love to see that. And then one more. I'm gonna bounce this. Okay, you can't ROP that guy. Apparently, as long as I don't get the I'm gonna karma him. Sure. Yeah, good enough.
Bring the harbinger joy.
Albric's ritual is the source of this darkness.
I picked up. Yeah, I have the quest that leads to the western area.
He draws strength from the darkness. So do I.
Alric thinks the shadows will save him.
I talked to Illyria, right? Yeah. We're gonna eat up here. I think I have enough time. Illyria's roleplay takes like fucking forever. There's a lot of natural points in the questing process where you can refresh that stuff. If I can switch to a damage file, might as well.
She has taken an interest in you.
Really ended up standing in the crap there and took probably a lot more damage than I needed to. Oh, there we go.
I pray for the flame to show us the
Alright, pick up these quests, and then... we need to speak to survivors and clean up stuff over here. I got credit for that, right? Yeah. There's no, as far as I can tell, like, really good way to do this quest. You just kind of walk around and click on shit, and it works.
Stay productive in the light, vigilant in the night.
Obviously, you want to try to stay in the general area of the Arathi, but it's better to just keep clicking on things one by one. And I didn't mean to do that. There's like a big cluster of interactable objects here, so I usually prefer to just go around and click on all of them in one sitting. And then afterwards, I go and like talk to all the Arathi groups. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, you don't need to dismount to talk to them. So now we can just fly around. It's not really well indicated which one you have to speak to.
We are the seekers of light. You carry your torch to light the city.
Here's our extra vigor.
Arathi.
Then it's going to send me to Ashkahet. Yeah, this is Ashkahet. I'm going to clear out my bags, and I'm going to check real quick. Has it given me any new gear that I can use? 525. Because this is where we want to start looking at replacing some stuff. Nothing crazy. Helmet, but that breaks my tier bonus. Yeah, nothing really super good. I'm just going to quickly clear my bags. That way, when I go to check whether I got anything new, it's very easy for me to tell. Like, oh hey, there's a new item right at the front of my bags. I wouldn't do this on launch. One of the nice things is on launch, I'm probably not going to replace a single piece of gear the entire leveling process. Because obviously I have like 40 more item levels on my main monk than this one.
Calls for help. We bring hope into the darkness.
You are an outsider, yes.
Okay, we're going to head over here. Guild banner spot. I'm starting to remember. We're getting better at that. Ah, Cheapers got fucking delayed a bunch of times. Overall, that was pretty fun, though. So, this one, rule of thumb, when it comes to these staves, the staves are always by the little purple tents. So you can see here, purple tents, there's a bunch of interactable staves. Oh, the fucking NPC pulled something. I'm actually gonna top that. And the biggest cluster is right over here. So I do that one big pull at the start just because there's a lot of mobs and there's one stave there. And otherwise you're going to run out of staves. But then I run over here and I kill all of these guys because those, like the last two purple tents have enough. As you can see, there's two staffs at this one. It's not really a tent. I don't know what the fuck you call that. It's like a partial tent. You kill a singular mob. Kill this guy. Hearthstone. We're not going to do the rest of this. Go to the Priory. After that, this quest line turns to shit. So we're going to hearth back to Merildar. It's just going to save me a little bit of dragon riding vigor. And this is a human Hearthstone angle. Where, I actually, you know, I might have my Hearthstone back up in time. Even without the CDR. Human Hearthstone ratio is fucking bonkers. But now we're going to actually take a detour and do a bunch of these side quests. Because you can see those two that I picked up earlier, they're right there. And we have 3 quests in one area, right next to the other ones. Really good quest density. And we have this quest, which is pretty good. So it's just amazing quest density at this stage. And doing all of this stuff will get you to like 77.5 by the time you enter Ashkahet. Which, as I said before, that means that nothing will be orange. So it's really good. That one is a little bit weird. Takes a little bit of time to activate. I'm just actually going to Grief Torch this real quick. It sucks because normally I would have like way more efficiency with trinket swapping. And I can get away with Grief Torching very small pulls like that because I'll be able to just swap to Beacon immediately after. It's just really unfortunate that the trinket bug is happening. I'll have to look into those macros and see what is causing them to have problems. Because I know I've done that before. I just don't know why it's not working here. Can I guild banner here? Yeah, I can. Pretty good mob density here, so. I feel like I'm now getting into the swing of using guild banners. And we're going to grab that last one over there the moment I'm able to mount it. I had a Chi Burst ready to go, but then it faded. Right as I was about to use it. Alright, we're gonna... What am I in combat with? Nothing, apparently. Just took a while. Just Todd the fucker. And turn in the quest. Oh my god, where are you going? Fucking let me click you. Come on. NPC. What is happening here? Why is she not giving me the quest? Jesus. Okay.
Opportunity's knocking. If you've got the metal, there are valuables waiting to be won.
Go, and then the quest is turned in at Merildar, along with a bunch of other stuff. And since all of the other quests over here are turned in at Merildar, we'll just grab that. We do it. These mobs actually kind of hurt. This bleed that they apply to you, it does, like, really, really, really nasty damage. So, be very careful when doing this. You're just being mindful of your survivability. Do I need to loot this one? Yeah, I need to get the meat off them. And unfortunately, you cannot Fist of Fury through the poison here. So that one you're just gonna have to do naturally. Okay, we got that. I need 4 more Hornets. Trying to be really careful there, because if you hit a rock at a wrong angle, you're off the fucking cliff. Okay, this is enough for Hornets. I'm gonna Karma here. Perfect. Oh my god. No, I'm just gonna pot there. Woo! Yeah, that's a lot of poison stacks. And the nice thing is, all of these 3 quests turn in up here, along with those 2 that we picked up earlier. So it's really nice. I actually think I might end up completing this ever so slightly too fast. Because normally what I would do is I would hand in these quests. Then after I handed in these quests over here, I would hearth back to Mereldar, turn in the Orphan quest, and then head to Azkahet. And that way it also saves a lot of travel time. But because of, like, I don't have the guild's Hearthstone racial. Oh, I should also mention, if you are not a human and you don't have the double charge, do not use your earlier Hearthstone like I did there to just get that distance. That's not too far. It is, like, fast, but it's better to Hearthstone, obviously, from here to Mereldar than here to Mereldar. Humans can do both, so they save a little tiny bit of extra time. But hearthing out of here is definitely the more impactful play. And then I need the casks. Let's Todd that. Okay, oh, I see them. Okay. These ones always fucking blend in. It's really hard to see with the surrounding terrain. They look like rocks. But I see the other 3.
The flame burns for all of us.
Take your leave.
Alright.
Sacred flame guide your way, friend.
Now, normally I would not do this quest. It's not bad, but I just think, you know, for a singular quest completion, it takes a little bit too much time. So, like, you have to place all of these things, then talk to all the guys, and there's a bit of roleplay. For a single quest's worth of XP, it's not worth it. But I have 1 minute 45, so it's just going to be better overall to just get through this stuff, get a bit of extra XP, and that way I could just hearth directly there. Otherwise, I'm going to be wasting time traveling anyways, so there's just no point. Do I need to refresh anything? I guess Glacial Fury will be nice. It takes a second for the,
Go where the
you have to talk to... There you go. And then we get XP from that. There's, what is it? Is it status report? There's a quest to go up there and talk to that NPC. I forget where you pick that one up. So what I'm about to do not do this in your actual runs. This is purely a, because my Hearthstone is fucked, I'm just going to get a bit of bonus XP. There is a treasure up here that gives experience. Yeah, nice. I managed to fly up the little ledge. That's like a quest's worth of XP. Which, like, that's fine. But taking a detour just to grab that, I don't think is really worth it. I just think you're better off not wasting your time doing that. And let's just showcase how much... Oh, this is a level 80 rare. Never mind. Never mind. We're not showcasing shit. We're not showcasing fucking anything. We're getting the hell out of here. I was about to be like, let's just showcase in the 15 seconds that it takes for my Hearthstone to come off cooldown why rare mobs are not worth it. Because look at how much XP that gives. And it's just it's a fucking level 80 endgame mob in disguise. Alright, it's fine. Our Hearthstone's about to be up. Technically, I could have flown there directly and saved like a tiny bit of time compared to this. But it's like a pretty minuscule time loss. And grabbing that treasure, I think, was worth it. Compared to just flying directly. And now you know that treasure's there. So, I mean, if you want to grab it, can't hurt. I probably won't mention it in my guide. to the Orphan. And there we go, 77. Going into Ashkahet. I should note that, by the way, the fastest time that I have heard of for just hitting level 80 and not using cheese methods, but that also involves pre-quests and crafting XP and like all that stuff, is some guy in my Discord got a 2-hour 5-minute time, but that's like super geared character. He has all the pre-quests, he has crafting XP, what's it called? Mostly, oh yeah, and more importantly, he wasn't doing campaign. So I think he didn't even finish the Ringing Deeps part of the campaign. He goes like midway through there, and then he just does side quests to get the rest of it. And then at like level 78, he just does all his pre-quests and finishes. That's not realistic though for this. I mean, it's effectively a completely different format. He's trying to get like a super fast launch time, and you know, if you have time to do all that prep, that's cool. But the main point of this is to have like full campaign completion. I forget exactly what the time was that somebody told me their full campaign completion time. I want to say that they got they got most of Ashkahet and level 80 in 2 hours 30 something minutes. They didn't technically finish the campaign, but they got like, they were basically like 3 quests off or something. So it's like that one, I'm like, okay, it's close enough. You know, you could just finish it off. It's not that much of like a ignore campaign just to get like an attempt at world first 80 type cheese strat. And like I said, they were at like 2 hours 30 minutes ish, and these are all geared characters, of course. So far I'm quite happy with this. Again, also that same person did use pre-quests and whatnot, because all the side quests that I'm doing for XP, they could just do pre-quests instead, and crafted XP, which crafted XP is really good. I'm not doing it for obvious reasons, but it is very, 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 very good. It will be included in my, not my campaign guide, so not the guide that will be based off this run, but I am going to include it in my alt leveling guide that I will make, like, basically a few weeks after launch, once we've figured out, like, how to optimize things a little bit further. This is really, it's hard to say what the worst quest in this campaign is. There's a lot of really annoying campaign quests. This is definitely a fucking contender. I really hate this quest. I don't think anybody likes this quest. The worst part about this is it's hard to really tell just by watching, but you have like so little control over your camera. Like all of these camera movements are by and large just the game moving it for me. And I have no control over that, and it feels really, really, really bad. Just basically being jerked around left, right, and center. Alright, and then one of the other things is we leave. We leave the Zeppelin, and then we re-enter the Zeppelin. Because there's a lot of Nerubians right at the start. And right after you finish killing all of those Nerubians where I just was, it gets really fucking sparse. There aren't very many of them. So it's just so much faster to leave the area and then come back in so that you can kill all of these big clusters at the start. And it's a lot easier this time because your camera isn't being jerked around again. And then you leave. And then the game teleports you. There we go. And we're in Ashkahet. So, final zone. I'm going to preemptively reload. Something you'll be able to see yourself if you decide not to reload. You can also notice I am, like, tanking frames. I don't know what it is about this, but it fucking murders your frame rate. I mean, WoW's optimization has always been a little bit spotty. Sometimes they just have massive fucking frame drops in normal seeming areas because it's just not coded properly. Just happens. But something that I reloaded so you're not going to get to see it because it's just really annoying is after that camp or cutscene skip, there is this really funky thing that happens where your camera just starts like drifting. It's the first few times it happened, it's so minor that I kept thinking that I was just imagining something, but I kept thinking like, this feels wrong. Like the game's fucking gaslighting me, basically. My camera just feels like it's drifting randomly, but it wasn't enough for me to say for sure, okay, something's broken. And it wasn't until like the third time that I did the campaign and I ran into the exact same issue in this exact same spot right after this, where I'm like, okay, there's no fucking way that I am crazy, and that 3 runs in a row, I feel like something is wrong with my camera, and it happens in the exact same area. There must be something about skipping that cutscene that just fucks it. So, ever since... Yeah. Ever since I just don't even bother. Just 0 chances. Let's Grief Torch this one. And you can see the mobs are 78, so they're not orange. If you blitz through the campaign, you're going to get here at around like level 75, and they will be orange, which is why we do all those Hollowfell side quests. It's better that way. There we go. We need to interact with that. Get the mounts. Oh. Okay, I can mount up in time, though. Or the, scripted thing attacks me. And... Oh my god. I lagged out ever so slightly as I pressed jumps, then my Goblin Glider didn't activate till I touched the ground again. Oh, that's always frustrating. Doesn't matter, though. So this side quest is worth doing. This is 6k XP literally just for pressing a single button. You should probably do this earlier. I normally do. It just didn't work out because you can see that there's roleplay. So I probably should have, before I did the bone pile, click that. That way the roleplay was ticking down. And then you get the Nerubian quest. So the 2 things that you do is you run through that little light patch. And then, while you have the buff, just take out a bunch of mines, and then boom, we're done. Then I'm going to Guild Banner. Skitterling. Oh my god, look at my health bar. Look at my fucking health bar. I'm seesawing all over the place. We're fine. Okay, we're good. We're chilling. That was 12 Nerubians, yeah. So those 2 side quests are, like, fucking super easy. Well, it's 3, including the set up the base camp. Definitely worth doing. Just, boom, quick XP.
Do you see any sign of that woman who saved us? We need to regroup.
Oh no. I'm fucked. That... God damn it. I was gonna press Goblin Glider there, and then I jumped off the cliff, realized, fuck, it's on cooldown. God damn it. See, that's one of the things where, like that place where I used Goblin Glider earlier, I would have used Tuft of Yakfur on my main character. A lot of the places where I'm using, like, Gunshoes, Gliders, etc., that'll be covered by Tuft of Yakfur. So, I'm just, I'm used to having Glider basically whenever I need it, because there's very few situations when you actually need to use Glider as it is. Let me make sure I jump properly and land on the water. Yeah. If you overshoot it, you can die to fall damage there. Let's do Glacial Fury. And... I'm just gonna grab Fried Bonefish, get that set up. A lot of the mobs in Ashkahet at this point are going to start hurting you a little bit. It's doable, like, and I'm still gonna do very aggressive pulls. So, like, I would still say this is the fastest way to level, just because you're being really, really efficient with your time. And even if you need to pull a little bit slow because you're not super confident, it's not a big deal. But pretty much up until now, I have just been cruising through the leveling process. It's also going to feel especially bad because I'm missing like 30 item levels compared to my new main, I guess. But regular mob hits, you can see, are dealing pretty hefty chunks of my health. And that was not happening earlier. Get these two. I need to start at some point check gear. So there's going to be a pretty long, well, not super long, but like a decently lengthy roleplay segment soon. And that will provide me with a good enough opportunity to check my bags. It's barely long enough for that to be like efficient. Nice. Yeah, Windwalker just feels so good for leveling. I fucking love this spec. Windwalker in general feels really good in the War Within. If you're, like, on the fence about playing Windwalker Monk, man, let me just tell you, I wish that I could play Windwalker. I mean, not really. I love tanking. So, for context, if you haven't watched my channel a lot, you're not familiar with me, I love tanking. Obviously, regular viewers know that, but it is, like, literally what I do for max level. Brewmaster is not bad for leveling, but Windwalker is literally, like, the best leveling spec in the game, so even though I main Brewmaster Monk for endgame stuff, I'm still going to play Windwalker for leveling content. But it is a really fun DPS spec. This thing fucking owns. I'm not going to drop my speed boots. Drop that. This doesn't break my tier set bonus, so that's worth it. Yeah, that breaks my tier set. Okay, yeah, we're chilling. We wait. Yeah, so as you might imagine, right, if all you care about is reaching max level as quickly as you possibly can, quests like that are not really super great. There's a reason why a lot of people have just been completely skipping later parts of the campaign when trying to level up to 80 super quickly. The problem is those people are going to have to go back and do it later. So if the only thing that they care about is trying to get, like, a fast time on launch day just to say, like, haha, I leveled up in XYZ time, then that's great for them. But it's not really applicable to the average player, because each and every single one of you is going to have to do this eventually. And if you do miscellaneous shit to rush to 80, you're going to be wasting your time in the long run, because you're going to have to go back and do it later on. And everybody has different priorities on what they think is worth doing. For me, personally, I like just being efficient with my time in general. So if I am doing a singular speedrun, where the only goal is to get that speedrun done as fast as humanly possible, then of course, yeah, I'm going to take the route that is the fastest. But my goal for, like, launch day isn't to make my very first run as fast as possible. People always tell me, like, good luck on World First 80, and it's like, I'm not competing for World First 80. I literally never go for World First on the expansion launch, because World First requires you to do, like, extremely degenerate things that requires usually you to pay a bunch of people to help you and just have a bunch of friends helping you out normally. You need to do all of that crazy stuff, and then you're not even doing the campaign along with it. It almost always involves doing, like I said, little gimmicky stuff. Probably dead here. Yep. Oh, that's unlucky. That is so unlucky. I've never seen that before. That is an endgame world event that literally just perfectly overlaps the quest objective. I think I got credit for you're supposed to land on the bridge and do something, so at least I got quest credit when I died. And there's going to be a shit ton of roleplay in a second, so I'll be able to refresh my buffs. It's not a big deal. That is actually so fucking tragic that the endgame level 80 convoy event directly overlapped the quest objective there. Very rough.
violent hunter-killers made by the Harbinger in the darkest depths of the city's transformatory. They are impossibly strong, and I have no army of my own. If I am to reach Ansurek and dispose of the Harbinger, then I will need to find a way to
I'm gonna set your Hearthstone here.
from within.
So there's obviously gonna be a part later on where we'll head back here. One thing that I guess I should note, just because, you know, anybody who hasn't followed along with all my testing, delves are just not even worth it. I'm sure somebody's going to be like, what about delves? Like, should you try that out? No. Nope. They are really, really bad. Also, I'm kind of in a bad spot here for vigor. I wasted a bunch of vigor earlier. I think I can make do. There's another convoy there. What the fuck? Also, Ashkahet side quests, one of the main reasons why you ideally don't want to get stuck here is, I don't want to say they're bad, but I would say that most Ashkahet side quests are like probably on par with Ringing Deep side quests. They're not very good. They're like fine. But I would not do them if I had to. Or unless I had to, I mean. Now, there obviously is a chance that I finish the campaign here, and we realize that, hey, last second Blizzard changed it, and suddenly doing the campaign doesn't unlock adventure mode. Whoopsie-daisy. It is not impossible. In that case, yeah, we'll figure something out. I doubt that got changed, but you never know. The last time that I tested... Well, because the problem is, right, you can only test this. It takes a while, because this is why I had to set up a character on one of my alt accounts just to do it. When you unlock adventure mode, it's a permanent unlock for your entire account, and on the beta, Blizzard did not provide us with a way to reset our account progress. Every single other beta, they have done that. They did not do that for the War Within, which... That's something that obviously only affects beta testers, so I know most people aren't going to understand how frustrating that is. But there have been so many things like that in the War Within beta where just literally zero consideration is given for people trying to test the game, which not only makes it harder for Blizzard to get feedback on their game, which is kind of bad, you would think they'd want that, but it makes people like me, people trying to make videos, guides, etc., like my life becomes significantly more difficult as a result of that. Which, you know, I know, boo-hoo, won't somebody think of the poor YouTubers? Yeah, I get it, but it's still frustrating that something that was considered a basic feature of every single previous beta, just for whatever reason, never got added to War Within. Okay, unlucky, I guess. Figure I'll pick that up, because it's literally right there.
I am well acquainted with that particular bottle.
But, so, my entire point, right, is... If you complete the campaign once on your account, you can never do it again on that account. The only way that you can test it again is by getting a second account and doing that. So, effectively, on my very first account, the first run that I did like 3 months ago or so, I assumed that it worked like all the past expansions where you had to hit max level and complete the campaign. So I didn't even test it back then. And then I did a test run like about a month back where... Purely for science, I did only the campaign and no side quests just to see, like, how far does that get you. And then, to my surprise, I finished the campaign and it's like, ta-da, adventure mode unlocked. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck? That's different. It's never worked like that before. So I'm glad I tested it. But all of my other test runs recently have been for the purpose of figuring out what the most optimal campaign path is, and I've been using my characters on my main account, which has adventure mode unlocked. So it is quite literally impossible for me to retest, does the adventure mode thing still work, unless I do a run like this. And, to make matters worse, there is no way to check... Wait, oh my god, hold up, that's my friend! No shit, he's doing a test run right now. I just told him I'm right next to you. Well, he just ran out. That, no fucking shot, he's doing a test run right now. That's so fucking cool. Where did he go? That's actually so fucking funny. Back at the Nerubian guy by the Delve. I mean, I'll run into him in a second again. That's so fucking funny. Alright. I hope he doesn't try to kill me. Where's the fucking item? There we go. He messaged me, come here, in all caps. Oh! Shit. Human racial. Nice try. They've been, yeah, those are two of my raid testing buddies. They've been, they fucking killed them off. They've been doing testing as a group of two, because that's their plan. They're gonna do Windwalker, Monk, and Warrior on launch. Well, you're gonna end up in the final speedrun video. That's a hilarious coincidence. He said he's at 3 hours 40 minutes right now, but he's also a level ahead. But I feel pretty good about that, though. If I'm an entire hour ahead and only 1 level behind. And I'm doing it solo, and those guys are like, you know, Giga Mythic Raid geared. So, it's so funny. I completely did not coordinate that. I mean, it's like, basically, it's super early in the morning for me, so they're European, right? So this is pretty normal, like, middle of the day times for them. So I guess it makes sense that they're doing test runs, but what are the fucking odds of that? That is so cool. That literally never ever had that happen before, of like, I just run into somebody, one of my friends doing a test run at the same time I'm doing one of my test runs. That's so cool. I'm actually so excited about that. That's like, that is so fucking cool. Let's see. He said 340 with us bullshitting around because he can't fly properly. The amount of times I've hit a wall or ledge and DC'd is insane. Yeah. What the hell? I'm actually going to, real quick, I don't know if it picked up on the mic. I'm going to pause the timer and pause the recording real quick. I think something's happening RL. Just give me a second. How do I pause fucking recording? Okay. I've never had to pause recording on OBS before, so I don't know how this is gonna work in the post, in the edit. I'll have to review the footage to make sure it looks good. I'm gonna finish the run, but I'm a little bit rattled. Basically, I honestly I don't even really want to talk about it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's just shitty timing. Now I'm going to be in a shitty mood the rest of the recording. Basically just like IRL emergency where at this point there's nothing else I can do, and I just need to kind of need to sit here and yeah. There's unfortunately nothing much else I can do right now. But I'm kind of just, I think scared, rattled is maybe the best way to put it. I don't want to talk about it. Unfortunately, it is going to affect my mood for the rest of this video. And the only issue is I considered. I mean, I obviously I don't like to have to pause in the middle of recordings anyway. It kind of throws me off, and I usually just like to do single segment, you know, time starts, time stops type stuff. This is like an unprecedented emergency thing that, you know, I literally had no choice. I had to go find out what happened. Unfortunately, I mean, I need to finish this run, get it started, like, the upload process as quickly as I possibly can. And also, I found out, there is, can I speak to him early? I think I need to wait for the NPC to get there. Oh, no, it does snap to you. Oh, actually, never knew that. Can I snap them all the way? Or is it only this segment that they need to walk on their own? I think this segment they need to walk on their own. That's good to know.
Never mind. Go ahead. Don't report me.
Sorry, I feel bad. I'm gonna be scattered the rest of the stream, so. Well, not a stream, rest of the video recording. I guess maybe it's a good thing. Silver linings, right? I'm not streaming, because I could never continue a stream like this. But at least, you know, it's just an offline recording. I can just talk through it at my own pace. You want a hearth here.
What if I just hum a jaunty tune?
Spiders, Mira. Spiders.
Oh, and you know, one of the I guess other silver linings, right? Minor upside. Because I had to exit my room and like check out what happened either way. While I was by the coffee maker, I went and I got more coffee. So, yay! I have more coffee now. I really wanted more coffee, but I didn't want to interrupt the run to get more coffee. But if the run's going to be interrupted anyway, then, you know. This is a breadcrumb, right? Yeah, it doesn't give any. It's not worth.
You are expected inside the first facility on your left.
I forgot what I was going to say earlier. I will say, I honestly have no idea. I'm pretty sure the only thing that I was saying before is that, you know, I ran into my friends. And unfortunately, I was because the last thing he said was, he's hit a bunch of walls and DC'd on his dragon riding mount. And I was literally in the middle of typing a message to him, and then I had to, like, just, you know, obviously emergency pause the recording. So I messaged him, and then he just said, you know, good luck with the speedrun. Because obviously then I didn't respond. I literally typed, yeah, the DR, basically I typed DR as in, like, doctor abbreviation. I was typing, yeah, the dragon riding, and then I literally hit enter and ran from my computer. So I didn't get a chance to finish. I think he was confused, so he was just like, well, good luck with the speedrun. And I tried to give him a brief explanation of what happened. But he's probably a good bit ahead now.
Queen Neferis boldly shielded our people against any threat we faced. We'll answer it. We will wipe out the invaders from above, no matter. Are the old ones truly gone? Or do
Yeah, I have to go up there, right?
continue to manipulate us today?
And then the next quest I have to go further down. So it's supposed to be picked up here, but they fucked it up, and now you have to go down here to accept it.
We are in this together. Go see who the Nerubians really are. You'll be surprised. We'll meet up with you later.
Right, I remember what I was going to say a moment ago. Basically, I found out that the power company is apparently stopping at some point between 8 a.m. and 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. So 8 a.m. and noon, basically. They're going to stop by and they're going to shut off the power for 30 seconds and then turn it back on. So it's not like the end of the world, but, you know, if I randomly get disconnected, then I'll know why. And right now it's 9:48 a.m., so they didn't give, like, an exact time. They just gave, like, a range, which means that there is a chance that, you know, I'm going to finish this run fairly soon. I could end up finishing it before the power company gets here, because there's still, like, a little over 2 hours. In which case, cool, it won't impact me at all. But it would really suck if, randomly within the next, like, 15 minutes, suddenly power company's here and they're just like, hey, fuck you. And then I have to pause the recording a second time, which, that would be kind of lame. Long loading screen. Let me, actually send a DM on Discord real quick.
The Vizier left us flyers to escape with at the end of this path.
The entire city is closing in. We'll need to fight our
How are my consumables going?
Illyria, what happened back there? This isn't you.
I had to take the shot. It was my chance to make up for Dalaran. For Khadgar.
We'll just do that. Nice, there we go.
The Fang will arrive to your corpses.
I should be able to Todd the final mini-boss here.
We're not yet safe.
So the moment this gets down, I'm going to Serpent Kick in to dodge the initial bombardments, and then tag you. Yeah. Normally you're supposed to do like a little gauntlet there, and he does like a bunch of bombardments, but if you get through really quickly before that happens, you can skip it entirely. This one's kind of annoying. I'm going to do Swen here. Nice. And then I'll have both, yeah, I have like all my CDs and Touch of Death for this final little mini-boss guy. Should be good. Let me just double check. I need to... I keep having to check to see if OBS is working. Now I'm like super paranoid that like I'm gonna accidentally forget to unpause the recording because again, I've literally never had to pause OBS before. And I'm honestly really scared that I've messed something up with the recording. And that I'm going to fuck up the run, you know, which I need to post later today. And then we jump off.
What now? Our flyers are dead.
Jump!
So I just have to wait for them?
Have you lost your... Alright, fine. Jumping it is.
I hope... Oh, no. Oh, no, Blizzard. Oh, no, Blizzard. You can... I've never jumped that early, so I've never run into... Oh, no, Blizzard. Oh, no. Why? I mean, let's pray that if I log out and log back in, it gives me credit for the quest, because if I have to redo that entire scenario, that is almost like a 5-minute time loss. Yikes, Blizzard. This bug I've never encountered yet. But the whole, like, jump and then it teleports you. I guess you have to wait for Anduin and Illyria before you jump.
Observe and learn.
Oh my god, no. Oh my god, no.
Enough.
That's really bad. That's so fucking unfortunate. What a fucking garbage bug, man. That's so fucking trash. I'm actually really fucking tilted. Alright, future Haraldin here. I'm just going to narrate over this and put it on like 2x speed because effectively this entire scenario, it broke multiple times. So I ended up wasting about like 10-15 minutes all told on trying to get this fixed until I finally paused the timer. And theoretically, I could try and go back and see, like, you know, how much time did I waste having to repeat the scenario multiple times and take that off the final time, but I'm just going to let it ride. We'll just keep that on the timer. After I did pause it, I did have to then go back and do multiple other tests. Nothing was working. I'll explain this a little bit later, but basically I closed the game. I did a scan and repair, updated the beta, tried to make sure that everything was working. I turned off war mode. I did a bunch of different things, and I'm honestly not sure which of the things that I tried fixed the problem, but then finally I went back, I did it like, I don't know, a 6th time or something, and that time it worked. And effectively, if you're unfamiliar with how the campaign works, you jump off that ledge, the one where I was getting stuck on, then you get like a loading screen and you get teleported into the lake at the bottom of that pillar. It like snaps you there, you exit the scenario, and then you continue on with the next quest. So when I resume with the next part of the video, I got it to work. The moment I ended up in that lake, I just logged out. And I just waited, and then, you know, the next part of the recording is going to start. I'm going to log back in, and I'm going to be in that lake, literally picking up exactly where it left off. So you're not missing anything. I'm not, like, cutting anything out. The only thing that I'm cutting out is repeating the same scenario multiple times and it not working. Because, you know, I mean, as you might imagine, it was really frustrating. Because, while, thankfully, I did manage to get it to work, and overall, I actually think the run ended up being really good. And despite all of the IRL difficulties, which I'll explain more detail on that in the second part of the run, as you'll see, and you know, the technical difficulties, obviously, with this quest, that stuff is unfortunate. And obviously, this run could have been like 5 to 10 minutes faster as a result of that, at least from the timer side of things. But in terms of the overall like routing, I am very happy with how it went. I feel that the route that I put together worked exactly as I planned. I said before, I wanted to enter Azj-Kahet at level 77. Nailed that. My math was correct. The side quests, it worked out perfectly. I wanted to end the Azj-Kahet campaign at like 78, give or take, 78 and like a quarter or something. That was bang on. I finished it there. And then I did, obviously, as you'll see, the campaign thing does work. It does, well, the moment you finish it, unlock adventure mode, and then you get all of the zones scaling up to level 80. So as planned, the end of the run is going to be me doing side quests in Isle of Dorn for the last 2 levels, and that worked flawlessly. Maybe there were like a few side quests where after I did it in this run, I thought to myself, you know, I might do a different one. I'm probably not going to recommend that one in the campaign. But the reality of Isle of Dorn is it's just so much more efficient than like everything else in Ringing Deeps. There's one kind of good side quest hub in Ringing Deeps that when we do alt leveling runs, I'd say there's one good one and one like okay one. And for alt leveling runs, you're probably going to do those 2 hubs in Ringing Deeps, and maybe like 1 or 2 in Azj-Kahet, just because the campaign is so slow, it's fucking awful. So if you're not actually progressing through the campaign, then you'll do that. Ideally, you would also do dungeons, but as I pointed out, dungeons are completely broken, and there's no quests, because in the original Dragonflight route, I did a mix of dungeon quests and side quests and stuff like that, and it worked out really well. We had like consistent 3-hour times on launch for alt leveling, and I think I can still get times around there for alts with War Within stuff, but not having the ability to potentially do dungeons is just kind of a real bummer. I really, really, really hope that is just a launch thing, and something about it is broken, or like a beta thing rather, and it's actually working as intended when the servers go up. We'll have to wait and see. I've, as I mentioned earlier, done everything I can. I put up a forum post. I tried to raise awareness about it. No response from Blizzard. Is what it is. I can say that I have done everything possible to try and get more attention brought onto the bug. It's, if it is broken on launch, I warned Blizz and they did not listen, so here's hoping. But anyways, I think this should probably be enough of a ramble to cover the empty time. I just figured it was more important to record over and add some context. And oh yeah, another thing is right after recording all of that stuff of me trying out like the scenario over and over and trying to get it to fix, my OBS crashed. Thankfully, as you can obviously tell by the fact this video exists, I did not lose the footage. So I have settings on OBS that will like preserve the recording and whatnot. So that's huge relief. I was like in despair for a moment until I'm like, okay, thank God the footage is safe. But that was a bit rough. And effectively, because it crashed, no matter how I sliced it, I would have had to cut it up into 2 parts and then combine them together in Premiere afterwards. So I figured since I'm already doing that, I may as well do this like little future blurb filling you in on some important details on what you missed. But with all that out of the way, I think we can continue on with the rest of the run, which, you know, I think is a little bit more upbeat after the despair of the previous, like, 20 minutes. So hopefully you enjoy watching the rest of it. Alright, so I'm sure that Editor Harlden is going to explain things a little bit. I'm already going to have to do that. This has been a bit of a scuffed run. Honestly, the run itself, aside from that one issue with the Nerubian thing, is fine. And I don't know how much I said in post, but I did manage to get the bug fixed, and then I immediately just logged off because I'm like, okay, it's done. And I took a break because I needed to walk away. And it was one of those things where it took me about like an hour to get it working. I don't know what fixed it, but I did like a scan and repair and a bunch of other stuff, and something that I tried fixed the bug, and I got through. But by that point, it was like the whatever internet dude from the power company or whatever was going to come soon anyway, and they just got here like about 30 minutes ago. It's 12:30 p.m., so it's a little bit past noon, so they came at almost exactly noon, which ironically meant that I would have been totally fine had this shit not happened. Oh well, what can you do? And, you know, they put the power off and on, so we're good. And let's just hop in and finish this. This has been, like I said, it's been pretty scuffed as far as, like, the recording side of things go. And I feel like I could probably talk a little bit about what happened earlier. Because, obviously, this has all probably happened in the span of, like, 30 minutes within the run itself. I don't know how much I'm going to edit it, so it's going to be, you know, not much. But this has been kind of my morning, and it's obviously a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, it's been 3 hours for me. The last 30 minutes for you has been IRL, 3 hours for me. Is what it is. And hopefully, you know, you'll understand why it was kind of necessary when we get into it. Also, fun fact, I'm on cup of coffee number 3. Okay, let's just start this. So yeah, we got here. Right now, I'm probably going to put the second attempt on 2x speed. What you'll also notice is that I turned off war mode, and I have like maybe 1 extra bar of experience because of the additional stuff that I did. So I figure the XP isn't going to be perfect because I had to do the thing over and over to get it to be fixed. So, actually with the sockets, and no, it's probably still better. Oh, I couldn't see the quest because my dragon was blocking it. For a second, I was worried. You know what? I should Hearthstone here. Obviously, it's a little bit scuffed. I'm a little bit flustered. So, effectively, what happened earlier is... And I mean, it's still scary, and it's one of those things where, like... At the very least, now that I know that it's... I mean, it's still bad. Don't get me wrong. But... I can start this roleplay, and then we'll as we do that, Order the Dornagal, and then we have to do...
Enjoy exceeding expectations, don't you? I've heard much. Our mutual
Yeah, because then we have to start this, and I just sit here and wait. Basically, so my stepmom
as my primary
was feeding my dogs. And
presence during
my dog Tucker, the one in the profile picture, right, the main YouTube profile picture. I think I mentioned this before on stream and stuff, but probably a lot of other people haven't heard. So I have a second dog now. It used to just be Tucker. And the second dog, Moose, was getting fed at the same time. So she put down a bowl of dog food for Tucker. Or rather, she put a bowl of dog food down for Moose. Tucker ran over to the bowl and he stopped. And he has this really nasty thing called possession aggression, where like with his toys and stuff, he can get like really nasty if you try to take it away from him. We've like seen trainers about it. There's unfortunately only so much that you can do. A lot of times the trainers will just be like, I mean, you just need to kind of back off if they, you know, really get angry and stuff about that. You might know where I'm going with this. So he kind of froze up, and it wasn't his food. It was food for the other dog, Moose. So my stepmom went to grab it and, you know, just, you know, take the food away and move it to the other dog, and he lunged and clamped down on her hand. And obviously I found out about what happened after the fact, but from my perspective, I'm in my room. I hear my stepmom screaming, and then I hear my dad yelling, hold on, and running, you know, past my door, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? So that kind of like was shocked, and obviously that was like, I didn't know what was going on, so I had to pause the recording, and I mean, it's obviously still scary. At least it seems like, you know, I think she may have broken a finger, which is bad. But it's nothing like crazy, life-threatening. So it's like a little bit okay. But it was really scary in the moment. Okay, sea campaign complete. Yep, everything scales. All right, perfect. Yeah, I got a little bit worried because one of my friends, actually, ironically, the exact same friend from earlier in the video who I ran into while leveling, he told me that one of his friends tested it and that the campaign thing was no longer working. But then he gave me the disclaimer, however, my friend is a bit of an idiot, so he may be wrong. And I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't help me much. So I'm like, I don't know if the adventure mode thing still works or doesn't. It looks like he was correct, and his friend is a bit of an idiot. And the adventure mode thing does still work, and he just got confused or something. So we can turn that in. That was the wanted quest from earlier at the start of the run. The XP still scales. And we can turn all this stuff in. We're gonna fly around, and we're just gonna do shit. So the main thing is Isle of Dorn, right? This is easily the best side quest zone. But you want to skip it at the start. And I know a lot of people have told me, oh, but like, it's so good XP, like, it sucks having to skip it. But this is why this is such like an insane strat. Because on, like, for leveling alts and stuff, it honestly doesn't matter what order you do stuff in. You can do it whenever the fuck you want. But on launch day, this is so good. Because now, you can effectively do the perfect alt leveling route. And it won't even matter that it's the first zone, because you can come back here, and here's the fun part about this. They are separate phases. So adventure mode is a different phase than like the first time campaign. So you're going to be able to unlock adventure mode, and then it's going to put you in a separate version of Isle of Dorn. And then you're going to be able to, in that separate version, do all of these quests with literally zero competition if you get here early. You won't have to compete with anybody, like, from the start. Really good. That's the Lost Delivery quest. Yeah, and I'll be honest, I know that I'm kind of frazzled in doing these in different orders. So I should note that this is the first time that I've ever actually been able to put this run together in this way. Because, like I said, the first time, on one of my first account when I unlocked adventure mode, I had no idea this was even a thing. The second time, I found out accidentally after the end of the run, when I had already done a campaign-only thing. And because you can only do this once per account on the beta as a test, I wasn't really able to test this full process again without putting together a completely new run like this. So, effectively, once I was armed with that information of, oh, this is how it works, I then spent all my time over the last, like, month or so testing different side quests and stuff and trying to see which ones were fast. That way I know, when I do this run, what order do I put it all together in. So, like, I have done all of these side quests, I've done all the campaign, etc., but I've never done it in this particular order. So, in a lot of the times when I practiced these side quests, I was coming from other parts of the zone, so my muscle memory is a little bit off. We'll get back into it as I get used to it. And, I mean, admittedly, I'm still a little bit shaken by everything. Because it's still pretty fucking scary, honestly. It's, I'm at least relieved now, because obviously, you know, when, and that was one of the things where, obviously, I went over to help when all that stuff happened, and, you know, I asked, like, hey, do you need me to help with anything? And all they said is, like, you know, just make sure that the power guy is able to get in, but they went to the hospital, and then I've been, like, you know, while the video was fucked and stuff, messaging my dad and just being like, you know, how is everything? Is everything looking good? And he's been like, yeah, you know, it seems like it's at least not quite as bad as we initially thought, but, I mean, the fact that there's a chance that her finger is broken is still really fucking scary. And, I mean, the entire thing is just kind of rattling, right? It's rough. So, kind of... Somebody just killed that. Unlucky. So at the very least, you know, now that I'm a little bit of time away from it, it's not quite as bad, but it's still... I mean, where are all the mobs? Did somebody just sweep through here and fucking murder everything? I guess they did. Kind of unlucky. And you can see this is one of the issues with Isle of Dorn, right? It's been relatively uncontested so far, but everybody knows that Isle of Dorn side quests are, like, super efficient. So, imagine doing this, but with, like, 5 times more people and having to wait on respawns. It's infinitely better to just rush through. And I guess if you're doing this after the launch already, then it kind of doesn't matter a little bit, and you can kind of do whatever. But you're still going to have a better time, even if you fall slightly far behind. You're going to have a better time coming back and doing this at max level. And the reason why I recommend doing those side quests as we go along is because there's natural spaces within the campaign to do the vast majority of those side quests. And you could theoretically make an argument for, what if I just, I can't remember which one. I think it's, which NPC is the one that gives information about the guy? Is it Hugh? No, I want to say he's over here. It's this one, right? That gives the correct information? Yeah, it's that one. Okay. That's one of those where, admittedly, I haven't done it, and I haven't done all these side quests enough to remember little things like that. Like, which exact one is it that gives the correct completion? It also doesn't help that now that I'm not on war mode, like, obviously, war mode is one of those things where you're always gonna want to use it if you're really trying to level efficiently, because, you know, at the end of the day, it does give you more experience. But the other thing is that, in many cases, a lot of people kind of freak out over war mode, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna get ganked, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, but a lot of other people leveling in war mode don't really give a shit. Like, I level in war mode all the time, and it is extremely rare for people to actually try and gank me. It will happen, don't get me wrong, but 9 times out of 10, everybody else is also just there for the XP bonus, and it's just kind of chill, it's whatever. So, you're gonna be fine. And there's going to be less people overall in war mode, so it's just going to make your life a hell of a lot easier. You're going to have less competition. The only thing is you can't share tags, so that's maybe like the one downside. Not being able to share tags with like other people of your faction, or even opposite factions, etc. I mean, for war mode can be a little bit tricky, but it, you know, it's fine. And the other thing that I've noticed is a lot of times people in war mode, like, there's this very weird mindset that some people have towards world PvP of somebody starts attacking them and they just literally go full guess I'll die mode. And it's just like, oh, I'm getting ganked. I must just roll over and accept the inevitable. I give up. Kill me. And, like, 99% of the time, you don't need to do that. Like, you can start to try and run. I think this last quest, yeah, this last quest is garbage. I don't do this one. Like, you don't need to just accept your fate. Some classes are going to be better at escaping than others. But you can, I'm not saying fight back, because if you know you're bad at PvP, but, like, run. A lot of times, if somebody attacks you in war mode, I would say, like I said, 9 out of 10 times, people aren't going to attack you in war mode. In that 1 out of 10, about 50% of those cases, most of the time, are going to be because you, like, the other person is trying to level efficiently, and you kind of stole their tag or something like that. I'll be completely honest. I do that. I 100% will if somebody... Like, if me and this other person are in the same general questing hub and we both are kind of coexisting and it's just fine, we're vibing, whatever, like, I'm not going to start shit. But if somebody is, like, really stepping on my toes and I'm trying to quest and I keep seeing them, you know, trying to snipe tags from me, I am going to fucking, you know, fire a shot across their bow, basically, and say, get the fuck out of here or I will kill you. And sometimes I will see, this is what I'm talking about, I will see people, the moment I attack them, they immediately just freeze up, and they're just like, kill me, you know, fuck it, I give up, I surrender. And it's like, no, I'm just trying to tell you to fuck off and stop stealing my tags directly. You know, if you do that, I'm not going to kill you. And that is the case for, I think, a lot of people in war mode situations like that. Also, what is up with the kobold respawns? They're, like, so fucking fast. Couldn't even, like, interact with the things, they were respawning so fast. So yeah, a lot of times, if somebody's attacking you, like, I mean, first off, if you can fight back, fight back. I mean, if you watched enough of my speedruns, you'll have seen me fight back before. I mean, hell, even in Cataclysm Classic, there was, I was leveling my Prot Warrior, which actually, you know, that's one effectively casualty that I can't replace for my, you know, from my main account being banned. I started a Prot Warrior run. Oh my god. I actually perfectly stepped over that bomb right when it went off. That was unlucky. At least it didn't kill me. But I started a Prot Warrior speedrun in Cata Classic, and I was doing it over multiple parts. And I got up to level 70 on that character. And we were going to do the final part fairly shortly after of 70 to 80, which was the end, because, you know, I wasn't going to do up to 85. And then my main account got banned. And unfortunately, I can't just, like, magically get that Prot Warrior back, because that would defeat the purpose. It was, you know, a multi-part speedrun. And that is effectively just over. There's stuff that I might do for Cataclysm Classic leveling in the future, but obviously I can't get that Prot Warrior back, at least for the next 6 months, unless Blizzard fixes it before then. Which I'm not hopeful that they will. And just make sure I get all this stuff. Yeah. And I'm not going to level, like, a brand new Prot Warrior just to complete that run. You know, it's unfortunate. It is what it is. But all that to say, yeah, I really fucking got my Flying Serpent kick stuck there. All that to say, in the middle of that Prot Warrior run, there was a hunter that was literally 5 levels above me that just randomly tried to kill me. And I fought back, and I actually beat him. Which was insane, because he had out-leveled me, he had the element of surprise, and he was a hunter versus a warrior. Which, you know, there's no way he should have lost that. But for whatever reason, this guy decided to pick a fight, despite being fucking garbage at the game, so I just turn around and I kill him. And then I was gonna leave him alone. Fuck, it did the insta-cancel thing again. I was gonna leave him alone after that, but then he rezzed, and he tried to kill me a second time. And then he died again. So then I actually, a rare case of me doing that, I actually camped his fucking body. Man, those explosives are hard to see. Got blasted by another one. But I'm like, okay, you want to try and kill me twice and fail? Now I'm going to literally camp your corpse and show you why you shouldn't try to attack random people in open world PvP. Like, just fuck off with that. So hopefully that one guy learned his lesson that day. We can pray. But that is not often. That is like a very rare situation. That's also like, you know, classic players are a different breed, right? I mean, this is a guy who, despite being over-leveled and playing an objectively better class for World PvP, he could have just kited me infinitely. Despite all of that, he still lost, so we're not talking about, like, you know, the peak of human evolution. And the reality is, most of the time, you may actually be able to win. And you're going to encounter scenarios. There is a very, very, like, 1% chance where you're going to get people who are in war mode specifically to grief you. I actually know for a fact that, one of my guildies literally said that on launch day, he basically just picks a spot in the middle of the campaign and tries to grief people in war mode. And, you know, it's like, alright, I guess that is the way that some people have fun on launch. But I think he is probably... Did I seriously Tiger's Lust my fucking Storm Earth and Fire? I hate that it somehow clicked that. That's so annoying. I got the bonus objective, right? Yeah, bonus objective completed. Alright. If I recall correctly, I don't really like the follow-up quests after that. I think they're kind of bad. So I'm just not going to do them. Especially because I feel like I have... You know, we really only need one more level. So I'm going to turn this in for a bunch of XP. Here we go. And... I'm going to do that. And yeah, I'm not going to do all or nothing. I'm trying to remember what starts the quest that I really like. Is it... It's this one. Yeah, Weapons and Warriors. This starts the good quest line. And this is one of those that I remember I overlooked a little bit early on, because this first quest seems really bad, right? Interact with 8 different spread out things, and it doesn't even give really good XP, I think. Yeah, it gives like 6k. So it seems pretty bad on the surface. However, the quests after this one are actually pretty good, so it's worth doing. Where is the next one? This is... this guy. And then in here, weapon crate. This is definitely one of the side quests that I haven't done quite as much, but I do know that it's good. So... And then the other ones are up there. All right.
A new experience.
And we have to fly to the top of the tower.
Communication in... Oh, sorry.
And then we go down there. So it's a really annoying intro quest to get to this subzone, but it's like, this subzone's really good, and then it directly leads into that subzone over there. So There's also a hidden bonus objective here, which is good. It doesn't show on the map, so it's definitely worth doing. It's just a little bit of an annoying one. Oh my god! Those swirlies fucking chewed me to bits. I thought I leg swept them in time. Apparently not. Yeah. There was something slowing me, because initially I tried to walk out of it, and I realized that I could barely move, and then I pressed leg sweep, but I think too many of them went off before I actually got the leg sweep off. That's kind of the problem. Some of the scaling at this level, especially with this gear, is going to really hurt. I could technically get like 1 or 2 upgrades, but it's not a big deal. I mean, that was a really aggressive pull. Somehow I actually did finish off the vast majority of them, so not a big loss. I don't think I actually don't have any consumes rolling because I forgot to refresh them after I restarted the recording. Oh my god, this Colossus has a lot of health. Okay, something is broken here. You know, another big issue? Yeah, I can't... Yeah. Fuck, man. Okay. One of the other things I just realized is because I'm not in war mode, I don't have Fist of Fury PvP. Or full parry. So, I'm used to basically being able to do pulls like that, and I'm wondering why I'm taking so much damage. It's because I no longer can just Fist of Fury and parry all attacks. Windwalker definitely is significantly squishier in non-war mode without that talent. You just can't play around that quite as much. And these, like, that Colossus, I did not expect it to literally, its health bar just didn't move. I did a big pull, I'm like, yeah, I should be fine, and then I just noticed that its health bar just wasn't fucking moving after I Manic Groove Torched it, and I'm like, oh, that's not good. That's not supposed to happen. I'm supposed to be doing significantly more damage than that. So, we gotta do baby pulls, I guess. Is there any gear, anything that I can get? Not really, yeah. I mean, there is like a very marginal upgrade here. 232. Yeah. I think it's just... That's exactly the same. Yeah, I don't really have many gear upgrades. That kind of distracted me. I did not expect to actually get my ass clapped that hard by that pack. This is also one of those things where a lot of people have asked me if 480 gear is, like, good enough to enter questing. Like, if you're going to be fine with Radiant Echoes. And I'm always like, it really depends on your definition of good enough. I shouldn't have Tiger's listed there. Ugh. Sorry. I'm kind of playing like shit, which I hope you can't blame me. I think it's still going to be a fine run, but, yeah, it's, oh, come on, man. This is what my friend earlier was talking about when he said random dragon riding DCs. I've been lucky enough that that hasn't happened super often to me, but that is happening a lot on the beta right now, and it's just a massive pain in the ass. Yeah, I can't really... Where are all the mobs, man? Somebody fucking wiped out the local population, huh? I guess if they're killing it, I may as well join in. And yeah, tag this. There's a group over there. I thought I hit Fist of Fury. Didn't go off. Still missing one. There we go. Alright, well, we got there in the end. After I turn these in, I could spend my final talent point.
What is your command?
So, it would be... Honestly, yeah, I'd rather have a little bit of survivability. A bit of self-healing right now would be kind of nice. Okay. We'll roll with that. Oh, unlucky timing. We just go on foot, grab... Is it this guy? Merble Wurgle? And then one more over here. Burgle Gurgle. Brilliant names. Okay. Overshot it a little bit. Minor gear upgrade. What is that? Trinket? Yeah, unfortunately, trinket upgrades aren't going to be super impressive. This is supposed to give me a follow-up. Did I just miss it? I think what might be happening here is it's supposed to give me a follow-up quest, and it's just, during the roleplay, it doesn't offer it. Because I'm fairly certain there's supposed to be something there that just isn't showing up. Either way, I'm gonna do this stuff. Shit. Oh, you know, something that I think maybe I should say. Because I am generally very... What the hell? What the heck happened there? I am generally very negative about the game, and I don't think it's an amazing expansion, War Within, that is. But I will give Blizzard some credit. I think the music so far is actually very good. I honestly wasn't super impressed by Dragonflight's music. I thought it was, like, kind of whatever. Very bog standard. I think Shadowlands was, like, had some good stuff and some very forgettable music. By and large, so far, the music that I've heard in the War Within, it's almost like a bit of a return to form as far as WoW music goes. Because WoW used to have, like, amazing zone music, and it just hasn't in a while. War Within stuff is pretty good. I've got to hand it to them in that regard. Especially, I really like Isle of Dorn. It's just very chill. There we go. A little bit of lag there. Back quest is not the most efficient ever. But there's, like, decent... Oh, fucking dragon riding bug, man. This thing's so annoying. Because you're, like, hovering right above the ground, and then it just, like, flicks your angle and completely screws you over. There we go.
What path brought you here? Tell me, what drive?
Alright, so this one, you click on the stones and disinfect the wildlife is not too bad, and there's a quest to kill, like, a singular mob after. Keep hitting trees. One of the other really good... Oh my god. The little fucking random landmines are so annoying. One of the other really good things about this route, right, is if you finish the campaign at 78 and you do decide to do profession leveling, you can just kind of slam that at the end. And I would say that those two subzones that I did, Rambleshire and the Kobold area, out of both of them, they are the two best. And then everything else is like, eh. Okay, we want to do that. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Somebody definitely went through and took out all of the infected wildlife, though. There's like fucking none of it, where normally it's here. And that is definitely, yeah, it's definitely an issue. Fuck. It kind of just ate. Infected peacock. Hello? Grief Torch? I pressed your button. Come on. I just need one more bit of infected wildlife. I think that's... Yeah, this one's infected. Alright. Stuck in combat with it, though, which is kind of lame. Yeah, I think... I'm gonna be honest, I think I skipped this one. This doesn't feel that good, relatively speaking. Because, like, this is... It's standard XP. Eh. It's not, like, terrible just because it is on the way, but I think there's just better quests to do. And oh my god, I hit a tree branch. I hate this subzone. I'm not including this in the route. Ignore me. Ignore that. That's going to be missing from the final guide. Fuck the mushroom area. Is there a follow-up chain? Do I just have to go there directly? Am I forgetting a quest? Man, I forget. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna see if there's a quest. If there isn't, then, like, I don't know. No, there must be some fucking breadcrumb quest that I missed earlier. I don't fucking know. I'm just gonna do the fucking mines one. There's also, I didn't pick up... I didn't turn in one of those before for the love of gems. So, let's just do this. It doesn't matter. It's honestly pretty good. This subzone isn't my favorite, per se, but it's not the worst thing ever. Alright, what do I need to do for this? There's also something to consider is because you're doing this with adventure mode on, there are going to sometimes be world quests that will overlap with some of these hubs, and that will make them extra efficient. I'm trying to intentionally avoid doing any world quests because I don't want to simulate something that, you know, might not be there on launch. Or, well, might not be there whenever you do it, so I want to try to keep it mostly the same. Like, only regular quests, but there are going to be times when it's unavoidable. And in that case, I mean, for an actual normal run, that's just good. You like that. But because this is meant to be like a sample run that you can use yourself, it's, oh my god! Fucking... I swear, like, out of my last 20 rolls, I think half of them have fucking hit terrain. It's just unfortunate. I mean, it just be like that sometimes. It's really annoying, though. I'm just, kind of exhausted. I sat down 6 hours ago to record a, 4-hour speedrun. And then there's just been a bunch of shit in between. And the biggest issue for me right now, and why I'm kind of like not in a super great mood, is on top of everything else, because my OBS crashed. While I do have the footage, which is, you know, at least that's a relief. It could have been a lot worse if the footage got lost. I am going to have to edit this, and that means I'll have to stitch it together. I'm going to have to do a whole, like, future Harlden bit, where I'm like, hey, you know, explain what happens, why this had to be edited. And then I'm going to have to encode the video, which is going to take, like, at least an hour or two. And then after that, I'm going to start uploading it. But the problem is that means that until, like, the afternoon, this isn't even going to be posted. And obviously, while it's encoding, I can begin working on the guide itself, but it's just going to be a difficult process, which means the guide probably won't be posted until tomorrow morning at this rate, which means people will have, like, only 12 hours to review it and, like, practice. I don't love that. I wanted to get this out early, but, you know, best laid plans of mice and men, blah, 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 blah. Okay, there we go. We got this quest over here.
Make it quick. We're busy.
And then I think it's down this tunnel, right? And then you hook this way? Yeah. It's always caves like this look very samey on the inside, so it can be difficult sometimes to navigate. Yeah, real quick. Oh, okay, yeah, so apparently my stepmom got her hand x-rayed, but I don't know any more info other than that. But I guess it's, at least she's doing better, so it's nothing really bad. It's still scary, and it's one of those things where, like, obviously I love my dog, but the fact that he has that problem is, I mean, it's not good. It's definitely not good. And it's a very difficult thing to really know what to do with. So there's nothing you really can do except just kind of tiptoe around the problem and just hope it isn't an issue. That would break my tier bonus. I don't want to break my tier bonus. Actually, wait, I already broke my tier bonus because I equipped gloves. I honestly think that at this stage, losing just 4-piece is probably worth it. Just for the last level. Just having that additional stamina and stuff is going to really help here. Obviously, if I had much higher item level tier, which I do on my main character, then that would be nice, but what are you going to do? Gotta work with what I have. That's why I tried to do this run, like, on a lower item level character, only 480, to simulate what it's going to be like for the average person, because I know not everybody has, like, crazy gear. A lot of people are going to be rolling in there with Radiant Echoes. So as you can see, like, you can level with it, but eventually your gear starts to lag behind a little bit, and it starts to feel kinda iffy. Doable, but, like, eh. Yeah, my stupid... I think I killed a mob and then ate its orb and canceled my Celestial Conduit a little bit early. Do that. Okay.
We all have our tasks.
We kill one big Nerubian dude. And that's the end of the subzone. Bring a big Nerubian dude's in a pretty ideal spot, honestly. Are they gonna leash? Yeah, they leashed. Thought they might. Okay, I'm going back to Freywald Village. What else do I have? Okay, I think this area is what gives the breadcrumb over there. Yeah, I like that.
Do you intend to idle?
And I should also, you know what I'm gonna do? Those quests down in the mine that I said normally you would do as part of the campaign, I'm just gonna go ahead and do them now. Because normally, if it wasn't like day one, I would do this along with it. So I guess if you are doing this later on, when you do the campaign quest over there, just knock it out. Can't hurt. It's just that's time that you can't afford to lose this early. So I wouldn't risk it. But I'll do this stuff. Honestly, like, everything in Isle of Dorn is pretty fine. Even, this quest I remember is not bad. So you go over here. Like, while I'm in the area, I might as well. She runs in there. I'm gonna grab food buff while I wait for her to run in. That's not super great, but then if I recall, these, I did see one other dude down the beach. So hopefully he's not stealing all the tags. It looks like he is. I don't remember what the drop rate on this is like. Oh, there's a big dude over there. Okay. They all just kind of fell over. Yeah, that's 4 out of 4. Perfect. So we can do that. Nice. Honestly, good hook into the cave. And then this kind of takes a little while. But it's like, it's fine. There's also a jewel crafting thing, I guess, for any jewel crafters. There you go. And that's the beauty of doing this. You could honestly do whatever the fuck you want, right? Could even be argued that there's like... And then you... Yeah. It just gives you credit. Get it. Boom. You're done. Hard to say whether or not that one's worth it. But again, there's so many quests like that which are like, fine. It's not like very obviously super efficient, but it's okay. And that's really all that matters at the end of the day. Is it like passable? Sure. The music in these caves, the Isle of Dorn stuff, is definitely, so far, my favorite soundtrack of the expansion. It's just, like, really good ambience. Alright, I got 2 out of 3 of the belongings. And then you gotta kill this guy. Shit. Then this, and now we've gotten those quests completed. I probably should have dropped a banner for that big pull there. That was a lot of mobs that, you know, lots of mob kill XP from that. And we can hearth out. And the quest will be turned in... Oh. It's weird. Yeah, and one of those also gives a little bit more than normal. Ah.
Tell me, what drives you?
Up this. This is... Yeah, not too bad, all things considered. And then, there we go. Boom. Okay, I'm gonna do the one by the bonus objective next. There's another quest. I just couldn't see it past Brent. There's a rare over there. And then there's a relic right over here. You're supposed to kind of like use echolocation or whatever to find it, but it's the same spot every time, so you can very easily just track it down. Got a little bit of an upgrade there, a little bit of an upgrade there. The next one is somewhere in this general area, I remember. Forget exactly where it is. I'm like basically right on top of it. Yeah, it's like right over here. No. A little bit off. Should interact with that. I'm getting further. Okay. Oh, I was basically right on top of it. It just, I didn't hit the exact correct spot. Yeah, it's right there. Okay. I thought I stepped, that's where I thought it was. And I'm like, maybe I misremembered it, but no. Final one I remember is underwater. Right over here. It's very precise. And then... those two...
Another puzzle to solve?
Do that, and then I have to kill the big guy. And then we'll run around... Oh, you're kidding me again? Come on, Blizzard. Oh, it's annoying how often that happens. It looks like no news about the X-ray yet, so still unsure whether whether my stepmom's finger is broken or what. I really hope it's good news, because obviously that would... I mean, it's bad either way that it happens, but definitely be a hell of a lot better if it's not broken. That's just kind of a no-brainer. Grab that. Grab that, and then we have to... I forgot to drain the fucking elements. Ah. God, I can't believe I forgot to do that. Like, I was telling myself I need to remember to do it this time, and then I immediately proceeded to forget after I disconnected. I hate quests like that, where it's like, it tells you to kill a mob, but you specifically have to kill the mob under the conditions that the quest outlines. Vast majority of mobs, like we just saw one earlier, the one in the fungal area, it's like you could purify it, or you could just kill it. And there's been a few times where I forget and I kill it, but I still get quest credit for that one. This is one of those where it literally requires you to drain it before you kill it, which is a bit annoying. Yeah. The vast majority of quests like this, and this is why I hate that Blizzard's really inconsistent with that stuff, it'll say, siphon power from the mob, optional, and then kill the mob as a second objective. But because this one has two objectives, the first one is siphon power, it fucks you if you kill it too quickly. Which is just a little bit frustrating. A place forgotten. Right, I remember that quest. I don't know if I'm going to do that one. think I like this one better. There's a lot of good options. The only ones, so those ones out there on the islands are pretty much the only two quests in the Isle of Dorn that I think are not worth doing at all.
Packed with healing properties. Let's stock up while they're...
Everything else is at least fine. Like, this quest is pretty easy. Grab this. There's, you grab this thing. And then you run over here. Tuck it in. And then I have to interact with it and apply it to the ram. And that's one quest. But then there's a bunch of other good ones after this. And this one isn't even, like, terrible. It's a little bit slow, but it's, like, fine. Nice, that's actually a really good glider. Main thing with this quest is you got to be careful that you're not standing right on the cliff when you interact with this, so it doesn't knock you off, because that can happen, and it's not ideal. It's gun shoes over here. This is another track. I don't know how easy it is to hear the music. I definitely have it playing, but the volume might be really low on the recording. But I really like this music in Isle of Dorn. It's most of the Isle of Dorn tracks that are my favorite. Hollow Fall's like alright, but Isle of Dorn music is actually just peak. Alright. Enormous glob of fire honey. Yeah, so this is where you kill a bunch of elementals. Is it overlapping with the world quest? It is actually overlapping with the world quest. Alright, works out well. I didn't intend for that, but... do that, and then... looks like this druid just killed everything. The weird one about this quest is, initially it seems like the drop rate is really bad. I think, oh, you know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to do a big pull with a banner. Bunch of mobs in this spot. Big pull with banner. Let's taunt one of them so that they will attack me. And try to get these guys in combat. Yeah, the drop rate feels bad. But what you gotta realize is that a lot of these drop these things that you can combine to get better elemental cores. So I'm gonna pick all of that stuff up. And I only have 10 out of 20, but then my extra action button lets me combine mob drops into the quest items. I'm barely off. I thought that would be enough. This should definitely be enough. Yeah, that's the quest. Overall, pretty good. And it overlaps with the world quest. Oh yeah, that guy just killed it. Unlucky. We kill this, we turn that in, and that's like almost everything. I think there's one quest after that. That might be one full bar to get us the rest of the way there. I think this will barely be off. It is almost a full bar, but I needed a little bit more than a full bar. Yeah, that was almost exactly 1 bar, but I need ever so slightly more. Honestly, mob kill XP might just work here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this quest, because I still have it. And anything that I don't get from the quest itself, I should get from the mob kill XP. The mobs here are very spread out, which is one of the reasons I don't love this one. There's also some heavy roleplay quests after this in the chain. It's not terrible, which is why what I'm probably going to do in my guide is be like, once you finish, it really doesn't matter what you do in Isle of Dorn. I'll basically say, make sure you hit these locations, and then after that, literally just effectively do what I'm doing here. Fly around and just do whatever the hell you want. Because there's so many good things in Isle of Dorn. And I would say, on average, the worst Isle of Dorn quests, outside of the ones up there, tend to be about as good as, like, all of the stuff that we didn't do in the other zones. There's, like, a handful of good Ashkahet quests that you could maybe consider. That's kind of up to you. Right, I was thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna Fist of Fury, and then I'll be able to parry all attacks, and we'll be chilling. And then I remembered, I don't want to fucking PvP Fist of Fury. That makes that significantly harder to do. Karma. Okay. And that should be it. Stuck in combat with something, though. But this should be time, right? Time. Nice. Yeah, sub 4. Well, that is my fastest practice run yet. Period. Even outside of it. I mean, I've been... In a lot of my other practice runs, because I've been doing it on stream, I kind of, like, fuck around and just mess around with different things. And I'm not, like, hyper-focused on getting the fastest possible time. This is the first one where I buckled down. And frankly, we kind of lost, like, 5 minutes to just pure bullshit earlier. That shouldn't happen. So... what I was really, really worried about earlier is that 5-minute difference was going to be the thing that was, like, the make or break for the sub 4 hours, but we think we pretty safely made it under. And also, like, if I was 1 or 2 minutes below, it could have been murky if, like, you know, some of the extra mob kill experience I got while unfucking that quest made the difference. I don't really think it did. I think it's pretty safe to say that, especially considering I will probably mention this in the future part of the video, but I deliberately turned off war mode for the last 2 levels to overcorrect for any bonus experience I could have gotten while trying to unbug that campaign quest. So nobody can possibly say that I ended up effectively skewing the time in my favor because of that, because like the 1 bar of experience that I got by having to redo the scenario like 3 times, it doesn't give that much mob kill XP. Whatever I got there does not outweigh 10% additional experience for 2 entire levels. That's just infinitely more. So I think, you know, this is solid. I'm happy with this. This, for the record, people have definitely gotten faster. Full campaign times, I think the fastest run that does, like, full campaign that I've heard of is around, like, 2 hours, 40 minutes. But, as I said, that still used crafting and stuff. So, pretty much the entire last 2 levels, and pre-quests, I should note. So, the entire last 2 levels where we're doing pre-quests, they did all of that stuff. It's really hard to say, you know, what the fastest is in this context, which is, again, why a lot of people love to compare their times before launch, and there's just so many different factors that play into it, like how many pre-quests did you do, are you doing crafting, etc. Especially because the issue with crafting is very limited on launch. There aren't resources out there. Right now, if I wanted to, on beta, I could basically just easily buy off the auction house full materials to get all the first 15 first craft bonuses, because people already have shit tons of mats on the beta now, but that's not really accurate to what it'll be like on launch. And even early on in the expansion, prices are going to be pretty high for a lot of that stuff. The only reason I'm even doing it myself on launch and not including it in my guide is because you technically can get a lot of cloth on your own for free while leveling if you spec into tailoring. And that gives you just barely enough to get yourself up to the first 15 crafts, or close to it. I think you might fall a little bit short, which is why it's a little bit hard to gauge. But overall, it's pretty good. But considering the context of this run, you know, 480 character that, again, I spent 5 hours prepping this character before the run. That's it. From Like, I got it to level 80, I did a few runs of LFR, I got bullion, I slapped on some bullion items, I crafted a few pieces like this thing with minor speed, which I got all of those whelp crests just by doing Radiant Echoes and getting the Radiant Echoes gear, slapped all that shit on, traded over a bunch of consumables that I had on my main, which of course now, since all of these consumes I used on the beta, I can now go back to the live server version of this character and trade that back to my main, so I'm not even wasting gold on it, and then boom, that's it. That's all I did for this character. So any additional effort you put in, like Yak Fur, Radinax, Falling Flame is definitely way more min-maxy, but more importantly, better gear, right? So I'm getting my teeth kicked in because I'm wearing 480 item level pieces. If I have 510s or 520s, which aren't really that hard to get with a bit of additional effort and grinding, you still have 24 hours, you could definitely get some pieces. It could go a long way. Could absolutely go a long way. And lastly, I should note, I am going to be, after I record this, I'm going to go ahead and walk through all of my talent choices and, you know, talk about why I picked what I did, because I know a lot of people are going to be confused. Why are you not taking Whirling Dragon Punch? Which I should note, you can do. If you don't want to run my weird Crackling Jade Lightning build and you want to go Whirling Dragon Punch with Revolving Whirl, this is really good. You absolutely can do that. But there are some personal preference picks here that I think are better for leveling. And I think it's going to come down to what you want. Windwalker Monk right now feels amazing. I think that, generally speaking, you have to decide what you aren't going to take instead of what you are, because you want literally every single talent point. The tree just is so fucking good. I have generally been a bit down on some of the reworks Blizzard has given. I've particularly criticized the Vengeance Demon Hunter rework back in Dragonflight, and how it was just a complete garbage rework that fixed none of the problems. So it is a very pleasant surprise to see Windwalkers getting probably the best rework that I've ever seen, because it is a rework in the sense that it changes a lot of the core underpinnings of the class that have, or the spec that have made it feel bad to play, but all of the core rotational elements, Fist of Fury, Rising Sun Kick, you know, your mastery, weaving abilities, that stuff stays the same, and that is what has always felt great about Windwalker. None of that changes. It's basically the same Windwalker you always loved, but it just gets a massive glow up, and I think that is the perfect way to do a spec tree rework like this. So hats off to the Windwalker developer. They did an amazing job with all this stuff. I fucking love playing the spec. It is so fucking good. The Monk Tree also, there are definitely some issues here, which I'll talk about when I discuss the talents. I don't want to spend a ton of time at the end of this video discussing that. There are some problems here, but overall, it is definitely an improvement on what we had in Dragonflight, so that's good too. And Conduit of the Celestials, the hero talent tree, this kind of fucks. I love it. It's really nice to have all the Celestials running around, having a damage button that does, like, crazy AoE damage on a 1.5 minute cooldown. This is basically exactly the type of stuff that you want while leveling. It's just perfect. So overall, had a lot of fun putting this run together. But yep, that's it. If you enjoyed watching this speedrun, make sure to throw it a like so it helps it in the algorithm and all that fun stuff. And if you're watching this right when it comes out, believe me, I am doing everything in my power to get the guide done ASAP. The guide will, of course, loosely follow this route. This route is basically meant to be the benchmark for the guide, and the guide will be explaining in detail what you should be doing, so people don't need to watch a 4-hour speedrun. They could just watch a 15-minute guide, or however long it ends up being, and it'll maybe give a bit of context as to other stuff, and then I'll explain how adventure mode works, and all of that jazz. So I hope you liked it. I'll see you in the next video. Peace.